with ADHD people.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
camera isn't because I'm not important. There we go.
Hi.
We are back once again. Hopefully we can hear everyone. Everyone's doing great.
Oh, yeah.
Naruto has been banished to the realm of outside.
We're in a dungeon.
Some
a
cave
dungeon.
True. Points for cosplaying your room. Very well. Well, welcome back, everyone. We have two announcements, I guess, really. The first one is join the Discord, as always, because that's an amazing place to be. We have a lot of cool stuff going on. We started to play Neverwinter. It's an old MMO game.
Ooh.
And there's some PUBG going on once in a while. That's mostly my fault, though. And you can watch people's animals. You can have like little talks about pets. You can virtually pet each other's pets. Okay, you can't really do that, but it could be cool.
I was about to say, I'm like, what Discord feature is this? That's awesome.
It could be cool. Like,
there's cameras that shoot out treats. Like,
yeah, you can taste all people's food as well on the Instagram.
If you buy me one, I'll let you feed my dog.
Well,
you redeem channel point. Feed his dog.
Well, we definitely have a lot of very cool features going on there. So because of that, join our Discord and come and hang out with us. Have fun. We play D&D sometimes too. We have Tuesday game community nights where we mostly kill each other in Among Us. But there's other things that are happening there too from time to time that are just as interesting. If you join today, you can join us tomorrow for fun and games. Yeah, I think that was pretty much that announcement. I'm not sure if I forgot anything. If I did, you can join Discord and find out for whatever else is going on. The second announcement is we soon are coming up with the birthday, and there's going to be some cool stuff happening, hopefully. And
birthdays. It's my birthday today.
Yes, pre-announcement. It is Narakto's birthday today. He's turning 16, and we're very, very happy that he has a half-moon joined us.
Finally, we can drink alcohol in some countries.
Probably only Denmark.
This is what Drakic is, a fantasy being lived out.
That's fair. Well,
So we're not allowed to kill Naruto tonight, is what I'm.
I get a free pass.
Yeah.
How many hit points do you have, Naruto?
At the moment, full.
Keywords.
How many is that?
Oh my god, Jacob.
Jacob is gone.
He got scared.
You killed Jacob.
You
You sacrificed him. Why would you do that?
I think he's still there so far.
Really?
No, he just left now. Anyway, thanks for the night, guys. Bye, everyone. And he should be back in 3, 2, 1. No, it didn't figure that out. Okay, cool. That's weird.
What have you done?
Sorry, I accidentally
did
pressed
that.
refresh on the ninja.
That's weird. Technical difficulties, please stand by. There we go. I think everyone's back now.
Oh, I was fine.
Anyway, welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. I've said that twice now. That's stupid. And if you have more dice than concerns about the prices on avocados in the supermarkets, then you come to the right place.
Do you love avocados?
Avocados are pretty good. Just throwing them out now because they're too. You can't sell them.
Bloody
Anyway,
sheep got into my avocado tree today. Through the fence. They pushed their face through and ate the leaf. Anyway, sorry.
that's not something that you hear, but I appreciate your input. Anyway, let me put some dungeon noise under the background here so we can hopefully.
Your input is well sounded.
Yes, I appreciate your input. Oh boy.
Off to a great start, guys.
Yes, that's great. It's great.
I'm just trying to stall so that we don't have to be in the cave dungeon.
Yeah, so that we,
Yeah.
Well,
Short of the
just to
damage we can take, right?
uninstall things. Last week, you were so lucky to go to an art exhibition that most of you enjoyed. Some of you not so much as others. And there were some strange images. Some of these pictures were very dark visages of how people perceive the world. Some of them were more like a haiku poem version of how much you love food. And some of them were a little deeper, with a little bit of hidden meanings for some people who know something about this prophecy, this legacy of darkness that you've been involved with. And because of that, you've decided to snoop around a little bit longer, some of you more than others. And 2 of you went down as a rock after being poisoned on your way out. The remaining 2 of you did not go down so easily, even after several attempts. However, hopelessly outnumbered, you decided to go with them anyway, seemingly to talk to Rokan Karameshi, whose daughter had helped you prior, and you're sure he's a nice guy. However, you were all put in your cells, and the only thing that you really heard from the outside was an older man proclaiming that you were going to stay there until you die of hunger. Shortly after, there was not a lot of interactions. Each of you were stuck without your gear in your rooms. Without any windows, just a big metal plated door. Most of you, there was not much you could do. Some of you had hidden certain items on you. But Sean was the one who took initiative this time. First, you prayed to the Stormlord. But when there was no one who answered, he asked the favor of another individual, known as Lily. Some dark entity which lives within Sean's mind. And she did answer. And when she did, Sean seemed to grow in size and become very strong. Skin starting to blacken, and he's starting to become extremely strong. He unleashed a few attacks on the door, breaking it almost in half, bending it outwards, and exposing the hallway outside. As soon as you did, the alarm went off. And that's where we'll start tonight's episode. And for the remedy of this, I need you all to roll initiative. Ooh, this dungeon is really loud.
Orange or the blue?
Oh,
I don't wanna.
Orange.
7.
Or,
I'm gonna turn this dungeon
I
down a
should have
little
put
bit.
the blue.
Oh, it's really loud.
um,
So, what did we get here? Sean, what did you get?
10.
10. And Celeste?
13.
13. And Drekik?
6.
6. Okay. I'm going to put it there.
I turn it upside down. It could be a 9.
What was it?
No.
No. And anyway.
I've got 7.
7.
We're fucked if Celeste is top of the.
I've rolled and there's like an angle too, and the only thing that I can kind of see is the 20. So I'm like, ooh, it looks like a 20.
At least
but that's
John
just 'cause
goes
it's like-
before me.
Hidden.
Well, I got a +6 on my initiative, so I rolled bad.
Oh,
I have a plus 0.
buddy. Oh no.
Don't worry, I had plenty of pluses as well.
Oh, I'm glad, Tom.
Anyway.
I mean, we all rolled under 10. Like all of us rolled
Yeah.
under 10 for that. Yeah.
I rolled a 4, yeah.
I guess you did, yeah.
I rolled a
that's-
9. Yeah.
I have a -1 for my initiative, so
That's awesome. So, for the remedy of this, I also need. Let's start with Ingwe this time. Ingwe, can you roll me a d4?
no.
It's a trap.
Guys, it's
You
fine.
always need trapped.
Where are my dice? Why would you ask me about dice? 4.
4. So Ingwe is positioned in number 4. And Drekik, can you roll me a d4? I mean, I guess a d6.
A D6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
A 2.
A 2. Where did your mini go? There you go. So 1, 2 would be here. Can I get Celeste to roll a d6 as well?
I have a D2.
Oh,
If you
then
wanna
roll a
that.
d2.
Alright. What do we call in heads or tails?
That's up to you.
One is heads.
Well, I've
Two
got a
tails.
heads or. Okay, I'll just
Okay.
say one.
Heads is the
Heads
left
and tails.
one.
I got heads.
Okay, so that's this one here.
Yeah.
And Sean is in here. However, Sean doesn't look like that right now. Sean looks like similar to this.
Mini.
Something
Yeah.
out of
Just
a fucking
just
nightmare.
ignore that it looks like the werewolf you were fighting last time.
I have become the beast.
So
My
it's a little hard to
mind's
see.
been
The
But
beast is
he's-
eaten, John! Kill it!
Oh fuck.
He has been doomed.
He's been the Alleyman Slasher this entire time. We're like,
It's been John the whole time!
It was within him the whole time.
Good job.
Okay, so these little windows here counts as the doors. I just don't have a door for the specific one. In Sean's example, there is no longer a door. It's simply just. However, Sean is not first in initiative order. Someone else is. You hear running from upstairs, and it sounds like metal-plated boots. A lot of them. You kind of only really hear that from where you are. But Celeste, you are up.
what's
Think
going on
you,
out there?
Oh, sorry.
Did you want to hear that? What was that noise? Hello?
I don't know if I can respond to that.
You can still respond. It just sounds a little bit deeper than usual.
I'm across the room from Celeste, aren't I?
You are across from him. Yeah, you can still all hear each other through the door.
Right.
Just
Is that
muffled,
you,
but-
Celeste? What was the noise?
I don't
My
know.
head.
Something going on. The alarms are going off. I can hear people running. Something's happened.
Why is it all dark? Is this part of the art gallery?
Perhaps. Sean, is that you?
Yep.
Sounds like him.
And that's my turn. I will hold a spell. I will hold a shocking grasp. Actually, no, I can't because magic doesn't work. Doesn't matter. No, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah, that's another interesting concept that the magic does not work within these cells.
I'm going to stand there and glare at the door and get ready to... Actually, if magic doesn't work, does that mean my bardic, like inspiration and that doesn't work either? Is that like a spell?
Is that magical? That's a good question. I will say that it's
Words
not,
of
so you can do that. It's a skill, I guess.
Okay. I'm going to go... Jean, if that's you out there, what are you doing? Make sure you're careful. Why do you sound so
Something
strict?
like that. Don't know.
Ah,
It's
well-
done.
Can you try and open these doors then? And
On it.
bardic inspiration, got a D8. Those inspiring words. Open my door. Get me out of here.
What the fuck is going on? Understood.
Celeste.
You've inspired me.
Just to clarify, you do remember that you do have something on you, though, right, Celeste?
But
Just so
there's
you're aware.
there's words. There are no locks or handles on this door, though, right?
There is locks, but there is no like peephole. There is also handles.
I thought that it was just a straight sheet of metal.
No, there was just no. There's just no like because last time we talked about it being cells, and it is not cells; it's rooms. So if you were to want to do something, you could try to lockpick it if you wanted to, because that's the idea that I got from you last time. It sounded like you were going to try to do that, or at least have the option. So you can
Yeah.
definitely do that. There's handles, there's locks, there's everything like that normally, but it's a solid metal door. Where under normal circumstances you would have a little peephole where they would get, oh, here's some food. Nah, they don't give food to people here.
Okay, good to know. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it this turn.
Okay.
there's shit going down, and I think should be away from the door at this point, rather than up against it. Because it sounds like there's lots of people running.
It definitely sounds like there's someone running upstairs, for sure. And you hear doors like... Yeah, now and then. That's your turn?
That's it.
Next up is Sean, the Almighty.
Alrighty. So I have a clear enough path in front of me that I can get out, right?
Yes, so you're
bend
fine to
forward.
get out here if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to bend down a little bit because you're like a hulking kind of figure now, but you can definitely do that.
Okay. I'm going to bend down, go through, and I'm going to knock on the door. And then I'm going to go, step away from the door. Then I'm going to take a big step back and then step forward and try Spartan kick the thing open.
Okay, so just to clarify, once you go out into the hallway here, because you haven't seen this before because you were drugged when you got in here, there is a door here, right next to you, and there is the doors into these adjacent ones. You could hear where the others were, so you can definitely hear that these three are the people that you know, but there is definitely an additional room here, and then a staircase leading upwards in the opposite direction.
Okay.
But
and the staircase is where we hear the sounds of the other people.
Yes, they sound like they're coming from up there, yeah.
Okay.
But you can definitely try to kick the door. Just make it a general attack roll.
Huzzah! Hey! Dirty 20.
Definitely hits. Roll 4d8.
4d8. Woo!
Yes.
I was going to say this is unarmed, but this is extra unarmed. Alright, that's 13, 15, 22. Do I add my strength modifier? Or
you don't have to.
Okay.
The door just buckles, breaks, and just falls into the room a few feet. And now suddenly, Ingwe, your door has been removed. And there is a large version of Sean, kind of disfigured, a little bit Hulk-style black. It looks a little bit like someone who drank a potion and it just had some weird, crazy fucking side effect.
But it's clearly
you
John.
Recognize him. You can recognize his facial features. They're just very twisted and bigger.
And how much bigger is bigger? Like, is the room too small for him now, or like?
Imagine two Sean standing on top of each other.
So is he like? But how big is the room? Is he like?
So the room, the cell itself is big enough for that. He could stand, but he just had to bow down when going through the door.
Yeah.
And breaking through your door, you can't see his face. You can only see his like lower Sean, like his torso and down. Yeah. The bulk.
Do I still have my crystal arm at this? I imagine it's just crystal arms grown, right?
It is still part of your visage. It looks black as well. Like it's not blue. It's just like crackling black.
Cool. All right, on to the next one. Move down the hallway.
Right.
And I'm gonna roll. See who. Even Celeste. Odds Drakic. I'm turning to Drakic's
Gave you
direction.
inspiration to get me out of the thing, and you leave me last.
Look, the dice chose, alright? John's gonna walk up and then just turn with an elbow, and he's gonna try smacking him with the elbow.
Go for it.
Ooh, not as good. 10.
Hits.
Woo, doors.
All
right. That is 20 damage.
The door also just comes straight off the hinges. And the dust flies through the room. And you can see the same visage of Kinda John.
Hello.
And what happened at the art gallery?
I don't know. Well, And I cock my arm back, ready to hit the door, and then my turn ends. So I'm out of actions.
Okay.
And anything else to do, so yeah.
Very well. Next up, you start hearing a clicking noise, like coming from down the hallway. Seems like some kind of wheel or something turning. I'm not quite sure what that is. Anyway, you're up.
Don't lie, you are sure.
I move out of the cell.
Right. So now you're faced with, again, a hallway with the 4 doors where it seems like you are, an additional door, and a staircase where it seems like someone is running towards you.
Oh, so that ticky sound sounds like people running.
No, so that ticky sound is something else. You can hear the heavy foot clank of someone running in full plate mail armor towards you, and you can hear some door or elevator or some kind of mechanism has started to do something.
Oh yeah, so it's like there's something happening that's machine-like. Like it's not like a ticking bomb. It's not like you've opened the door and now, but like
you never know.
But it's kind of far away. The ticking sound. It's not like
it's probably like maybe 80 feet, maybe 100 feet away from you.
Like
it's not
in the
something you
walls
can
or
really
something.
see. Yeah.
Okay. I am quite vulnerable without all my things, so. Does it feel like magic works? Oh, I don't know. I have to do a magic to think about it. Okay. I'm going to
San Francisco.
try to. I'm going to pull like off part of my like robes. That's like a forked twig.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast locate object. I'm gonna try and cast locate object.
Mhm.
On
what?
my things. What would anyway cast on himself? He's got his necklace, so he's not stressed about that. I'm gonna cast it. Oh, on the shield, because they would attack. Oh no, on my mum's knives.
Right. So you get the general direction with that spell, is that right? Or do you get the actual?
No, I get like if it's my I get within 30 name an object that's familiar to me. You sense the direction of the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its move. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it. Yeah, okay. So, can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object.
Right. You get a very vague ping to this side.
Through the door.
Potentially.
I turn into a bear.
You are now a bear.
Action, bonus action. Okay. Say to Jean, aren't we supposed to wait in the cells till Mr. Karameshi comes? Why are we... Wait, did you come here by yourself? Like, we came. The soldiers, they took all our stuff.
I passed out and woke up here, but they were talking about leaving us to starve.
Do you think they were honest? Anyway. I'm with you. So locate object is a concentration spell, and I'm going to concentrate on it.
Right. So you definitely get the ping. If something's blocking it, or if it's just really far away, that's a little hard to decipher. But you get the direction. Yeah, that's you.
Mm-hmm.
Drake, you're up.
What happened to you, John? And I'm gonna walk out of the cell.
Big old shrug.
So I look over and I see this bear pointing towards the hallway, and I just assume that's Ingwe, and I just be like, "We're going that way." I guess. Right.
I can't see what way you're pointing. I'm still in here.
Sorry,
Ah,
Celeste.
Should get Celeste
gosh.
out.
Yeah. All right. Gonna walk up to the door and look at John and just punch it.
Make him attack roll.
8 plus something. Do I add something to my attack roll? Ah, yeah. Unarmed strike plus 5. 13.
Hits. How much damage do you do? You do 1 point of damage if you don't have unarmed something, I believe.
I have 3. It says 3 damage.
Okay, so you do 3 damage to the door, and you take 1.
Wait.
You're punching a solid metal door.
Bloody door. How do you do that?
Just hold up my crystal hands.
That makes sense. Right, I'm gonna look down the hallway. Good luck, Celeste.
So which way are you going?
I'm gonna go down the hallway that the sound is coming from.
Okay.
And just try and see what I can see.
So you get to that point there, and I'll reveal a little bit more here.
If you, Narocto, if you
It's
were
been covered.
initiative higher than me, I would have made you big like John.
That would have been fun.
That's what I would have done.
So
But I couldn't.
now that everyone's moving in general directions, I'll move the camera slightly to the side here.
Oh, there's a logo. Oh, we have a logo.
Yes. So you see a few things. One thing you notice is the individual Jasper, whom you talked with last time, the one with one arm. He has come around the corner, and with him, he's brought a few men.
Like how we're all just sitting here in stunned silence.
Wait,
There's a lot of
everyone!
men.
We're on the same team. What's going on?
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals in heavy armor with weapons, and the familiar face of Jasper, who had one arm. And you can hear the ticking noise very loudly here. It seems to be coming from a door further towards that side. There's a hallway leading that way, and it seems like you can kind of see it, even with your not so great eyesight. There's this stone door that seems to slowly come up, just a little bit, like centimeters at a time. And you can hear something on the other side moving back and forth. Something big.
Wrangle.
And as you reach this point, you hear them having a conversation. And one of the things one of these individuals says to Jasper is, Why is the door opening? We're still in here. And that's what you hear.
And then I'm just gonna be like, "Hey guys, I don't know what's happening. What's happening?" And that's my turn.
Very well.
I just woke up here.
I just woke up here. I don't know what's happening.
So, after that, you hear more footprints, what you call it?
Footsteps.
Sounds of more footsteps, coming from further towards the north side, down that hallway here. You can hear more people coming. They don't sound like they're plated armor, but it sounds like there's a few. and they seem to be yelling like, Get to them! Stop them before the alarm goes off! And that's what you can hear.
Okay.
Next up, that's the rest of your turn, isn't it? Yep.
We're done.
So because I rolled really well on my initiative, it is now the Vanguard's turn. So Drekik, prepare yourself.
Drekik doesn't know who's friend or who's foe right now. He's... Drek, this entire combat, he's walking around with a party hat on, by the way.
Yeah.
So 3 of them run towards you. Where's my dice? So, where's my d20s? So the first 2 are gonna try to hit you. One is a 14.
Nope.
Is that with or without your armor that's been taken?
Great question. Let me take my armor off. Yep.
Yep, that hits. All right, so both
Suddenly
of those
I
2
only have
hits.
10. Where did it all...
And the other 2 have 1 attack each. 1 critical misses, so one of them tries to hit you with a sword, and he hits the axe of the other guy, and the sword just flies down the stairs. So now there's a long sword on the stairs at least. I will mark it just so everyone knows where that is, in case someone wanted a weapon. I'll leave that one there.
Handy.
That was interesting. Anyway, some damage. So that one didn't hit, so 4.
Can the one that hit me make a dexterity saving throw?
Sure thing. That is another natural 1.
Okay, it takes 2d8 lightning damage.
And you take 8 points of slashing damage from the first hit.
Alright, it's gonna take 4 damage. Woohoo.
That is
How much points did I take?
8
8?
so far
Oh,
from the
gosh.
first attack. That's the wrong one. There you go. How much did you say he
Used up
took?
all of-
much?
4.
4
Good
damage.
solid 4.
Good solid 4 to the individual with the backpack. And then
He's
the
gonna
other
get.
attack.
Oh, he's also gonna get. Hang on. Maybe half. And I think he gets thrown back 10 feet because of my other feature.
Right. And 13 slashing damage from the other guy as he hits you twice with his big battle axe.
Alright.
So now he doesn't have his sword at least, and you've been hit by that guy. So far, so good. Next up is Jasper. Jasper, you can see that he's studying the situation. You can see that he had thought that you were going to go down after that hit. So he starts not praying, more like a chanting, and his form changes as well. And where he was before, there is now a Utug, I think they're called. Otyugh. An individual with a very big, broad mouth and 3 very long, tentacle-like mouths. And the guards around him don't seem to take much notice in what he just did, but they do seem to acknowledge his change. And that is Jasper's turn for now. Celeste, you're up.
Stuck in the cell.
What's going on out there? Who's out there? What's happening? Drekik! I'm assuming he makes some sort of noise as his...
Get off me!
We didn't even discuss this! What was the plan? Did I miss something?
I try to speak telepathically in response. Can she hear my telepathic thoughts?
Don't you have to see them?
Ah, yeah. No, cannot speak. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I thought.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you cannot see her.
Yes. Yes.
I am going to pull my dragonfly out of my hair where I had it like all covered up. I'm gonna pull the body out of the dragonfly and the 2 wings, and then I will crash down and see if I can, you know what they say, the princess rescuing herself and not relying on the dragon, and try and pick me way out.
Give it a go.
Don't have to see. Sorry.
What?
What did you get?
Oh, sorry. I thought. Sorry, Jacob said.
I did say that I don't have to see.
Okay, so you can talk to her if you wanted to.
If
Oh, no, I do. Sorry, that's really inappropriate.
Okay, you can't do that. Okay, cool. What did you roll, Celeste?
So I'm just because I don't believe I have proficiency with thieves' tools. So I don't add my proficiency bonus. Is it dexterity or is that a sleight of hand check?
It'll be a sleight of hand check, but don't roll with disadvantage.
Okay. So that is a sleight of hand would be a 22.
That would do it. The door ping, opens, and you can now leave your cell if you want to. And as a note, that set of thieves' tool gives you advantage.
Oh,
It's a special set of
Manra, I love you so much.
But the door's open.
I'll tuck that back and then kind of like, oh my. What did they do to you, Jean?
Still figuring it out.
Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. Anyway, Sean, Drakik. I'm gonna kind of like step forward and look down at the guys. So I'll kind of like poke my head out, take like 2 steps forward and look down the corridor at where these guys are.
Yep.
And I'll kind of hold up my hands. Just say, look, it doesn't have to come to blows. If you'd been straight with us, we wouldn't have had to do this, and you do not want to get into a fight. And I'm going to start walking backwards down towards Ingray.
Right. Thanks. So you can get all the way to the door if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to be like,
Okay.
you don't want to do this, trust me. It will not end well for you.
Okay.
That's my... don't want to do anything with my bonus action. No, I'm good.
Okay. Sean, you're up.
I'm gonna put a hand on Ingway's back.
What?
Scritch.
All right. Jean is gonna swing his arm in front of him, lock it into shield mode, so to speak.
Right.
Hold it forward, and trying to see if there's enough space for me because it's a bit of a tight hallway for Jean right now, right?
Well, currently Drakik is in the middle of the hall. You can reach slightly, but it is an awkward position to be in.
Yeah. I'm gonna try pull up. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna pull up right next to Drakik, and if Drakik will allow me, I don't know how this would work rules wise, but I'm just gonna mosey up and basically just be like, "Get behind me. I'll block him off, and see if he'll let me just drag him behind me 5 feet, and then like just create like a wall of sorts."
You're just gonna grab my tail and yank? Is that what you're doing?
I hope you're not like a gecko.
Pop! Well, at least you have a melee weapon.
What's a gecko up?
Would you let him do that, Drakik?
I don't. If he's grabbing me by the tail, I would not like it very much. But I don't think I'd have much of a choice.
Well, if you resisted, he'd probably like let go, being like, "Okay, you want to stay here for the fight," type thing.
Well, I'd
That's why
say
he's, like,
because
feeling for it.
yeah. If you're okay with that, I will let it happen.
Sure.
And because it's a little bit of a weird situation, I will not let them attack you for that. I would say that they were just as confused and surprised as you were in this case.
I just end up face down in the ground.
And then I'm going to. Would that have been like a bonus action or?
I'd say that was a bonus action because
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
In that case, I will then hold my action to attack them if they continue to fight. If they continue to push against us or they try to attack any of us, I'm then going to unleash some blows on them.
Okay. Noted.
Awesome.
So that's you. So you can still hear the ticking noise is getting louder, like. And all of you can kind of notice like a shadow under the doors forming from something on the other side. It's not easy to see what's really going on there, but you can hear. And that's it then. Anyway, you up.
Guys, I think I pooped myself a little.
Just to clarify, my objects, are they through where all the people are or through the door that's behind me?
Behind you.
I'm going to telepathically say to Celeste, now that I can see her. Sounds about that, guys. Miss Celeste, John and Drekik escaped from the cells, and everyone's real mad about it. But our things are through this door. I'm gonna hit the door to see if I can push it open.
Make a.
Like I'm gonna attack the door with my attacky attack.
You're gonna attack it or try to open it?
I'm a bear, so I'm not gonna dexterously trying to pull the handle. I'm gonna try and smack the door
Attack
open.
the metal door.
I'm going to attack. I'm going to. Oh, actually, can I like shove it rather than try and like swipe it?
You can try that. You can try to body slam it if you want.
Body slam it.
Yeah, just still kind of an attack, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll attack it.
Right.
Lots. It's 22 to hit.
Definitely hits the door.
And it is 12.
Right.
Supposed to be piercing damage, but
yeah, I guess it would
we'll
just
say
be
bludgeoning damage for the like. And then an 18 to hit.
Hits.
Oh no, it's 2d6 on my second attack. It is 13.
Total or on the second attack?
12 and 13, so 25 total.
Right. Now done. The door breaks just like the doors you had, and you find yourselves looking into another cell. This one occupied, of sorts. You see a familiar figure hanging from an improvised rope in the middle of the room. It is cast iron Chimera. He seems to have hung himself with straps of his own clothes. He is still chained to the floor, so he was unable to escape. And he seems to have cut his hand open. You can see a sharp rock on the ground, and you can see painted on the walls behind him in blood the words, "You will never find it." Next to him is a table. On that table there is a few backpacks, which seem oddly familiar. And on the table there seems to be some items potentially taken from him. There's a key, a dagger, a component pouch, an arcane focus. And that's kind of it. but your items all located there.
But I'm a bear, and I've used all my actions.
Yes.
Uh,
But both you and Celeste can see that because you're like right in front of the door.
yeah. So I would have like gone in, like I'm like when I shoved through and it broke through. I'm like in the room.
Yeah, so
I'm
there's
gonna
no
be in-
exit or anything there, but it's just another cell.
And then I'm gonna sniff all the things with all my movement, and then I'm going to bonus action. Nothing.
Good choice.
Oh. No, I didn't kind of. I'm gonna sniff everything to see if I can find my things that I can't pick up because I've got big paws.
Right, so you're just trying to pick up your stuff without luck. Ish.
Nah, I'm not gonna try and pick up my stuff because I'm not stupid. I'm just gonna locate my stuff and then I'm gonna try and get out of the way. Actually, I'm gonna like
I'll just
be
move
in the
side to
room.
side.
And I'm gonna use like my bonusy time action thing to be like, hey, look, all our stuff's here. Man, should we stop fighting these guys? And then I'm gonna like kind of squirm into the corner. So if someone with hands wants to do things, I'm
Right.
not a bother to them.
No problem. You can definitely do that. All good? That you? Drekik, you're up.
Drakik gonna pick up the longsword that's on the ground in front of him.
There you go. You now have
Yay.
a longsword.
I have a
Well
longsword.
made,
Let me
but ordinary longsword.
add that quickly. And then I'm just gonna be like, you are we fighting these guys, John?
I don't know.
I mean, they hurt me pretty bad. They, can I cast spells out here?
Maybe?
I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action.
It works.
It works.
What does it look like, your spiritual weapon? I still haven't printed the one, sorry.
Yeah, it's just that sword with all the symbols of the gods on it.
Yep. And where do you want to drop it?
Right behind them.
So right here. Spiritual weapon.
And then
Good.
it is going to swing at the one that hit me.
Go for it.
And that is going to be a 24 to hit.
Hits.
Going to be 8 damage of force damage.
Wait. For so much. Yep.
And then I'll just be like, look, these guys are wanting some, so let's give them some.
All right.
And then I'm going to... Can I get next to Jean at all, or is there just not enough room?
I'd say you can get right behind him here, but you can't quite get next to him. He's too big now.
Yeah, I think I am going to hold... I'm going to hold a Cure Wounds spell.
Okay. And what are you holding it for?
For if Jean gets injured by more than 10 hit points.
Right. Good to know. That you?
Yep.
Right. Ingwe and... Ingwe, you're not in the yet. You're not even in the room. Drekik, you notice something else. There's a little... It's like a little globe of light, not bigger than maybe this, that comes down the hallway and kind of floats above everyone. I haven't quite seen this
Above them
before.
or above us?
It's floating above them.
Okay.
And it's just like a little, like if you have a pearl floating in the vicinity, and it gives off a very faint light, and they don't seem to take any notice to it, but you do notice it with your insane perception.
Okay. You're weird. That's it.
Next up, the patrols arrive. So obviously the alarm went off.
Man, I wish I could keep good notes.
Were you looking through to see who that guy was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no
probably
idea.
know him as Cast Iron, apparently.
Yeah, do you not know who Cast Iron was?
Isn't he the guy I hate?
Cast Iron the Historian! I found
Yeah.
it!
He was your best friend.
Mates! I knew we were
Like
mates!
an episode. Like a whole episode, you guys were like best friends.
He's a historian. Yeah.
So another group of individuals come down the stairs. There is another 9 of them.
Wish there was a way you could like find a word you were looking for in these
He's
apps.
also the sorry. He's the guy who did the paintings.
Yeah. Yes. I got that bit, the paintings, and then I was like, I know we were friends. Why are we friends? And now it's in Call to Arms, episode 30. Just
Like someone frantically looking through their Facebooks, like, where do I know this person from? I've seen them before.
So the patrols arrive as well from down the corridors, and you can hear the doors are like shutting, and it sounds like they're getting locked from the inside, which means on the opposite side of where they are now. Next up, it's the Vanguard's turn. So first off, I'll start with the ones in front of Sean, and they're definitely attacking you, Sean, so you can attack as well.
Alrighty, I attack back. Huzzah! Double punch, one at each. I'm gonna use an inspiration on that one. That is a 20. Where's my attacks? Actions. Left one is a 23 to hit.
Hits.
22 to hit. And the other one is a 17 to hit.
That one misses.
Good to know. All right.
But roll your damage on the first one.
4d8, right?
Great.
Eey. 17 damage.
17.
Well, a 1 and a 2 for those first two.
So you just hit this person, and you can just see the plate mail armor just kind of buckles inwards, and it's a female or half orc, and she's like, but she's still in the fight. Hit you back. Both of the attacks will unfortunately hit, so that is
I got my glasses
11.
on, so I'm a little tougher, but 15.
11 points of slashing damage from the 2 attacks. And Drekik, that means that you're healing John.
Yep. For 7.
Hey, thank you.
The other guy's going to attack John as well and miss, unfortunately, for him. The other guys behind him, looks like the 2 of them are just forming a guarding pose on each side of the door. Both with like big halberds, and they're just ready. Look like they have definitely done something similar before. One of them, the one who was pushed back, he turns around and looks at this weird creature that Jasper turned into, and he's like, "What is going on? None of this is supposed to happen when we're in here. We're all gonna fucking die." That's his action. The remainder of them is going to move slightly forward. They're gonna throw some hand axes at Sean. One is going to be really bad. So he hits one of the front guys in the back. Gives him some damage instead.
Huzzah.
So this guy here. So that's 7. And
We're
the
so
other
good
one
at fighting,
hits
we
one.
make them fight them like each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Sean takes another 3 points of slashing damage from a hand axe that just embeds itself into the shoulder.
Sweet.
That is pretty much their turn. The rest of them are just holding, trying to block your exit. And Jasper obviously cannot really respond right now in what you can hear, but it looks like he is communicating. You just can't see what he's saying. Celeste, you're up.
Right, I'm going to follow Ingwe into the room, kind of look up at Carstein and look towards the writing on the wall and kind of start putting it together in my head as to what this might be about. And then...
Is there an anti-magic field in this room?
Maybe.
Am I
Well,
still
you'd
a
know.
polar bear?
You are still a polar bear.
Mm-hmm.
Or a bear. You said bear.
Then I'm taking like 2 seconds, just kind of look at it all, and then looking at our bags, I'm going to reach forward and grab like all of them, and just try and like get them ready, so that way if these guys are coming back, I can just kind of like, here's your stuff, and then she might, as an action, kind of like grab my, if it's in there, I don't know if these actually are bags or not. I saw bags on the table, and Ingwe was like doing the thing with the dog.
It is your bags in there, and then there's some other stuff on the table too.
So I'll just grab all of it. I'll kind of like in my bag of holding, just kind of like open it and like scoop the rest of the stuff that was on that table, just like into it, tie it up, and then I'll just grab out my my bow.
Yep.
And then just kind of sling it over a shoulder with the rest of the bag, just kind of like standing there.
Like a
watching.
peg animal.
Yeah. So like
Okay.
if like, you know, if Drake or someone like comes like back down towards this way, I can just like toss him his shit.
Yep. Perfectly fine.
Got them.
Are you moving towards them as well, or are you staying there?
So I'll kind of just hang in the doorway.
Wait, okay. I'll just say that you're staying here for now in the doorway. All good? That you?
Right. I'm just kind of looking out towards them and just go, I've got our stuff. If anyone needs anything. Drake, I'm talking mainly to you. I suppose John's kind of, they've done something to him.
Okay.
And that's, yep, that's me.
Right. So Sean, it is now your turn, but I need you to roll 2d10. Sorry, 2d20s. 2d20s.
Ooh, okay. 11 and an 18.
Okay. Good to know. It is now your
Sweet.
turn.
Ominous things. I like it. Cool. Okay. Jean's going to turn to them and look over at the one that was like yelling over at his commander, I guess. Jasper would probably be, or to something, whatever I assume they would be. Basically, yeah. And I'm just going to be like, "You're right. You are stuck in here with me, and you are gonna die." And as I do this, I want to pop that thing out, the axe from my shoulder, catch it, go into a rage, and throw that bastard at that guy.
Go for it.
Huzzah.
Who are you throwing it at? Are you throwing it at the guy who said that, or
The one who said it, yep.
right? Good to know.
Which is a... Oh god, this is a hand axe, so this is different. And it's not
Yes.
the Zenreal, so it's a 16.
Misses, unfortunately. It hits the shoulder polder and flies off, and he's like, "I wasn't talking about you."
Pull the hand back and just swing at the guy in front.
Go for it.
Huzzah! Oh no. Oh no! Jean's back! Yeah. Rage do anything for attacks? +2 damage. Nope. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's a 13? 13.
Misses, unfortunately. No
well, there was
joy,
a big fancy
no,
build-up.
no damage on any of those attacks. Just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ah! And on the ground, because I imagine they're blocking the path, right? I couldn't push through them or push.
You can
forward.
try to push through them if you want to, but you'd have to make like a opposed strength check with them. It is a little tricky. That's 2 against 1, so they would have obviously advantage.
Yeah.
But it is possible. There is, however, 5 of them waiting for you on their end.
John feels like a god right now. He's gonna do it, even with those misses.
Okay. Just as a question to Drake, do your spiritual weapon hit your allies if they walk through it?
Don't think so. I think it just floats there.
No problem. You can do that then.
Okay. Sweet. So strength check, right?
Yeah, so it's a post strength check here.
Okay. Because I'm raging, I got advantage on those.
Yeah, you also have plus another d6 because of your current state.
Hell yeah. I'll take it. Woo! Advantage is good because that's a natural one.
Roll
Yeah,
the second
advantage is
natural
good. I
one.
had a natural one too.
So that is 14 plus the d6 for a 4 plus my strength for a plus 2, 20 total.
You managed to push through them. One of them accidentally steps on his friend's feet, and you are now face to face with the remainder of them.
Sweet. Just where I want to be. Perfect.
And you can now see all these individuals and this weird creature that Jasper turned into. And you also now notice that little weird dot floating around above them. Just hovering. It's not doing anything, it's just kind of hovering there like 10 feet up in the air.
Fireflies.
Yeah.
Would not believe your eyes. These are some high level fucking strats we got going on, boys.
Singing our
Everyone's
city.
unarmed, no armor, nothing.
Yep.
Right.
Let's go.
The door opens more on the back, and you can start seeing 2 black feet with long claws and a long black tail. Drekik, you can make a history check.
Okay. History. What is my thing on history? Ooh, okay, so 8. I had -1 on history.
You can't quite see it because you're not wearing your glasses right now. But
That's a foot.
it reminds you of something, but you're not quite sure right now. Anyway,
John,
and it seems to be pacing back and forth, like it's waiting to be able to go through. Anyway,
Do I get the sense that this is like bad? Even though I can't remember it.
I mean, they already kind of said that whatever was going to happen now, everyone was going to die in here.
Right, okay.
If they meant you, if they meant them, or if they meant that thing, who knows? You're definitely in a tricky situation, and there could be a lot of different things that can go wrong right now, depending on what they meant.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you're up.
I am going to. So when I perceived before, it was clearly a cell. There's no other doors or any other way out. As I
Just another
in a
cell,
box.
just like yours. Yeah, it's just boxes.
I'm going to drop my wild shape and gather
Okay.
my things.
Right. You have now collected your items, and you have all your items that you had before. Celeste hands you your bag, and it is taking I'd say it's probably going to take a bonus action instead of an action, because she's helping.
Yeah, cool. Hey, Miss Celeste, did you figure out why the boys are fighting everyone? Aren't we supposed to be seeing, the Karameshi dude?
I have I have the funniest feeling that well, we were kidnapped and they were going to leave us down here. I don't think that he wanted to talk so much as he's looking for something, and for some reason thinks that we know where it is, and I don't think that this was supposed to be a social visit.
So we are. I mean, they're fighting. Should we fight or should we get away? What do you think the plan is here?
I think our plan is to get out before that door opens.
Before the door opens, what do you think's behind the door?
I don't know, but it sounded oddly terrifying.
Well, did you notice any ways out?
Well, they were coming from that direction, so I can only assume since there's nothing back here, the only way out is up that way.
Okay. Let's see if I can distract the boys.
It's too late to back out now.
How far away are we from the action fighting?
About 80 feet, I'd say, probably.
I'm going to move 20 feet closer. And I'm going to cast Create Bonfire.
Mm-hmm. And where are you dropping that one?
Like 60 feet away. Let's move 30 feet so that I'm close enough to like help. And then I'm going to cast Create Bonfire, just like John's moved through two dudes and he's fighting the two dudes.
And then there's five guys on the other side.
And then I want to put it like in the middle of the five guys so the five guys can't come and attack John, or John can push people into the fire.
Right. I can put it here, so two of them will be affected. And
it's a cantrip, so I'm assuming only one person is affected. It's not.
Pick this guy.
Yeah.
It's in front of Sean.
Yeah.
Right.
And he must make a dexterity saving throw.
That is a 14.
He fails his dexterity saving throw and takes 5 points of fire damage.
You can hear him like, oh, ow! Definitely feeling him.
Yeah, and anyone who moves into that square will take damage. Also, it ignites flammable objects in the area.
There's none.
Yeah.
Everything is metal and stone. Even on them, like, they don't have anything burnable.
Get to be a wizard in this battle. Great. Okay, I'm done.
That you? Okay. Drekik, you're up.
Okay. Drekik, getting a bit tense, and he's just gonna look up at John and just go, cover your ears. And he's gonna point to the 2 squares behind where the bonfire just happened, and he's going to cast Shatter.
Okay. So that's dex saves, isn't it?
Shatter is each creature in a Constitution saving throw.
And how many is it affecting? What is the radius on that?
It's a 10-foot sphere.
Right, so you can get two of them. The guy who was yelling at his boss and the boss.
I think that should get the 2 feet from behind where the bonfire was. That should get the big guy at the back.
Yep.
And then
And the guy in front.
And the other where the guy that was on the bonfire as well. Oh wait, no, because
So
it's 10
15
foot sphere.
feet from the bonfire
You're
to
right.
the big guy. But
You're
you
right.
can get 2 if you do it further back towards the big guy.
I want to do it further back towards the big guy.
Okay, so the first normal guard is 19 for his save,
Okay.
and the big guy, that's probably gonna be a lot worse. Yep, that's a 6.
Okay, so 15 was the save. So half damage on a failed save, and I am going to use my divine inspiration. By the way, this was cast at 4th level, so that's 5d8 max damage.
5d8.
Which is 40 hit points. And then the one that saved takes half that.
Spicy meatball.
Wait, so he took... Okay, so it was 20. He took 40. You can just hear this... And the guy in the armor, he's like, "Ah, my ears!" And the creature is just wailing back and forth as you hit it. That seemed to hurt a lot.
I hope so.
Yes.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to swing my spiritual weapon at the... Can I hit the same guy as before?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. That's going to be a 16 hit.
Misses.
Okay. Cool. And that's my turn.
Rightio. You notice that this little ball is changing color. It has like a little bit of a swirl to it now, almost like a bluish one. And it kind of builds up some energy. And you see these streaks of light come out. And you kind of brace yourself for something to explode right in your face. But it doesn't happen. Instead, 4 people come out. Not individuals you've seen before. They're definitely not dressed like the rest.
Ooh.
Counterspell. You don't have counterspell.
At 9th level.
Go away, possible help.
We got this.
You see a man dressed in wizardy-like outfit. He's no weapons, nothing. Looks like a little bit of an older man, half elf, maybe elf. It's a little hard to see from where he is. You see a guy who's wearing like armor as well. Most of this is common clothes. Another guy who's also dressed in mostly common clothes, mostly browns and greens and just normal casual clothes. You would probably not recognize this person if you saw them in the street. One seems to be a female. She's definitely from the Dragon Empire because she's more of an Asian descent. She has a staff in one hand, and she looks like she's focused on the big thing. And as they pop out, it looks like there's some confusion in the room. And then there's a few things that happen.
I mean, I'm confused.
First thing is the wizard guy cast a fireball. Fail. Proceed. Fail. Proceed. Okay. Let me just roll that for a second. I'm going to use Google because I don't have that many dice right in front of me. So that is my...
Don't worry, you've come to the wrong place if you don't have enough dice.
Shush.
Yeah.
So that is 26 points of damage, which is enough to kill half of them.
Nice. See, this is why Tom gives us deadly encounters, but then he takes care of them. It's okay.
Well, we'll see. Well, the fireball rips through the area.
Ah! The magic thing made my bonfire bigger.
The individual with the Dragon Empire look unleashes a series of attacks on the big guy. One is natural 20, and one is a miss. That's... Okay. that's 20 points of damage. One guy is going to... Both of those two guys are going to try to attack as well. Both of them miss, strangely enough. But two of the other guys try to attack the big guy and both miss. The patrols are a little confused, but they react and fight back. So they're going to try to shoot back at these guys. So there's 2 arrows. Both of them miss. And they're going to move in to try to attack them. So I'm just rolling a few here. Right, so they're not really very good at hitting, are they? Right. So one of them gets stabbed with a knife, and you can hear him like, "Ugh! Have to do better than that, scum." And that's their turn. Vanguard is going to move out of the way of the fucking bonfire. One guy is at least. He's going to move backwards. And the bonfire is right in front of Sean. However, now Sean is in an interesting position. So first, there's going to be 2 attacks from behind. One's going to be a 18 to hit Sean, and the other one's 16 to hit Sean.
Yeah.
So both of those 2 would hit. And that is going to be... $20 points of slashing damage altogether.
Sweet. Because I'm raging, that's halved, yeah?
Yes, that is correct. Are you still raging? You didn't do any damage that round.
Good question.
Attacked.
I think,
Yeah,
I think
do
I-
damage.
I think if
He
you
was holding
take
his action,
damage,
so-
Oh yeah, you did take damage actually, yeah. That was right after you, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, oh good.
Sweet.
That was the first guys there.
Sweet.
Can you roll me 2 d20s for me, Sean?
Never, yes. Whoo! Natural 1 and an 18.
Sean is no longer big.
Ah!
He starts shriveling up and starts throwing up. And after
like the helium balloon.
throwing up this vile black liquid, he reverts back to his normal form. And then the other 2 attack him. Both of those 2 are gonna probably miss. Oh wait, you don't have armor on, so maybe. 13 would hit John.
Misses, because he's got
Misses.
his crystal arm.
Right, and the 2 other misses as well, miraculously. So there is one of these guys is going to attack one of the other behind him. I'm really rolling shit. This is not even me trying to not hit anyone, but I'm really, really rolling shit. I just rolled 6 natural 1s over the course of the last 3 rounds.
Oh fuck!
So they didn't
Everyone's
hit
just
shit.
dropping their weapons. It's great.
No, they didn't drop the weapons, these guys. Only the first guy, unfortunately.
They're just distracted by the, the room of fucking terror that's slowly opening behind them.
Yeah. Right, so that was the Vanguard's turn. They couldn't really hit anyone else. Everyone else is in the way. Sean is now a big. So now the big guy is going to try to attack one of them. Definitely hits with those 2. And another natural 1 with the 3rd attack. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on?
Death.
So this guy took 20 points of damage as well. Celeste, you're up.
I don't want to do it. Okay. I am going to run up behind. Sorry, who is that behind Drekik there?
That is Ingwe.
Oh, that's Ingwe. Right, I'm going to run up kind of near where Ingwe is, and I'm going to take Drekik's bag and throw it at Drekik's feet.
Yeah, I probably need to get just a little bit further, but you can definitely
Thanks.
do it from there.
I'm going to go, there's your things. And then I'm going to go, Jean,
Yep.
your little sandwich right now. But there's one thing that can make it make it to you, and she'll kind of like jangle the bag, kind of like as in being like something you can grab.
Yep. Noted.
And then I'm just trying to get a lay of the land. So I didn't see. Did I see these people like popping out of this little? I didn't see the orb. Like, did people just magically teleport into
You
this
did see a flash of magical energy, and then suddenly these 4 individuals start causing trouble.
And they are obviously also fighting the people that we are fighting.
Currently, in this specific moment, you can see the woman is half on top of this big guy, just punching it in the skull.
Jesus.
So I'd say yes.
Oh my god. What's her number? Having a look.
911.
Yeah. And I had to report an emergency. So is there anyone in my line of sight? Because, oh, actually, sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around what's happening on the screen.
So there's 2 people right there, behind Sean, and then the rest of them are in that big room there.
All right. So John is he currently his flanked, isn't he?
Now he is, yes.
Okay. I am going to go to, it doesn't really matter which one of the 2 people that are standing behind Jean, kind of like near me. After I drop the bag at Drekik's feet with my free hand, I'm going to look up towards these 2 and we're going to, don't say I didn't warn you, I told you this was a bad idea. And I will like bring my hand around in a circle, and as I do, flames start like licking up my arm, and then I'll firebolt one of them, kind of like hook a big old flamin'.
Do you want to go for the half-orc or the human?
I will roll a d2 and let fate decide. Heads for the orc, tails for the human, and that is heads for the half-orc.
Okay.
That is a... Oh god, what's my plus to this? Plus 6. 18 to hit.
Hits.
So that is... Oh, nice. 14 points of fire damage.
14 points of fire damage.
Yep.
You can see the half-orc. Not only is the chest plate sunken in, and you can only guess what's happened to this person's chest, but right now it's holding in place. And as you hit with his firebolt right across the neck, you can just see bleeding just comes out, and it's just like spraying from one of the main arteries. And she goes down on her knee and she's like, "Ugh!" And she's staying on her knee for now.
Damn you, half-orcs.
Was that one of your interesting spells, or was that one of the other ones?
It was, but I have cast it before.
Yep. Oh,
so I can roll if you want me to.
No, it's a cantrip anyway, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, no worries.
It is a cantrip.
Oh, good.
And then I've used like movement. I'll say like bonus action was like tossing Drekik his thing and shaking Jean's bag at him.
Yes.
I think that's enough for me.
Okay. Sean, you're up in the middle of trouble.
Oh yeah, just the way I like it. Alrighty. So the half-orc position to me is the one just south of the bonfire, right?
Run right here is the half-orc. Right behind you.
Right. Oh, okay.
Because you pushed through them.
Yeah, okay. Seeing that they are in a rough spot, Sean's a merciful rage machine. He's going to turn around, see the bag, and he's going to stretch his arm out behind their head, and he's going to go, Lysenrio! He's going to try to call it.
Make an attack roll.
Oh, come on. That's cool as fuck.
Alright, here goes. Lysenrio! Oh, I don't think this is going to do it. 15.
Fortunately not. It goes right over the ear and just kind of snips the ear.
He's going to catch it, use the momentum to spin 360 and come back around the other side.
Right.
Much better. 21.
Who are you aiming for this time? The two
Same
people
one.
with the halberds, or?
Same one. I'm using that momentum to swing around and come right back around and hit him. Yeah.
Yep. What did you say, sorry?
21 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Okay. And that is for 8 plus rage damage, 10 slashing damage.
It hits right in the back of the head, and she gets up and she walks forward like almost like she's animated, and then she just slides down the stairs and lands right in front of Celeste. And you can just see this axe just
I told you so.
halfway through the skull.
The Senrio! Cap it. Turn around, look at the others. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna hold off. I'm still doing all right. Yeah, that's my turn. Nice and simple.
Right. The door goes further up. Now it's a little bit over halfway. You don't need to make a history check to realize what's inside now. And that is a black dragon.
Woohoo! I've never met one of those before.
No. And it does not look happy. But it cannot get out yet.
Some sort of winged lizard.
Definitely. Ingwe, you're up.
I speak to the dragon telepathically. And I say, "We've come here to rescue you. You seem like you're trapped. Hold on a second, I'm opening the door."
Okay. You hear.
Okay, I'll close the door then. And I will try to figure out if I can see how the mechanism is working that it's opening the door.
It looks like it's inside the wall. Looks like it's been built around the idea of opening and closing this wall. It also looks like there's no handles, there's no locking, there's no failsafe. This is a one-way open.
Okay. I'm going to try to pull a dude into the bonfire that's standing next to it.
So you're gonna try to push them, or?
Yeah, telepathically though, because I'm a wuss. Because I'm
How are you telepathically
not
trying
a
to push
bear.
him?
It's
into
my.
it?
I have an ability that lets me telepathically shove a creature 5 feet.
So there's a save on that, I'm guessing?
Yes, definitely. Strength save throw of 16.
I rolled a 16 plus at least 2.
Then they save, and I'm going to then use my action to move the bonfire into them.
Okay. So you have some options. There's 2 people with halberds that seems to be guarding both sides of the door. There's 2 dwarves with 2 weapons each, both on each side.
Oh no, I'm not looking at the door like the guys that are in front of Jean that he's smacking.
That's the ones in front of Sean.
Oh, he's smacking the guys guarding the door.
They're stopping him from, or trying to stop anyone from leaving that hallway.
Oh, towards outside of the dragon, like so. The dragon's coming out from a different place.
It's coming behind them.
The dragon's coming behind them, and we're trying to run towards the dragon.
Because there's no exit the way that you are.
Where's
other
the
way.
exit?
We have to go like around a corner, I think.
The only exit that you can possibly think of would be up the stairs and north.
Not through the dragon, though.
No, so that's towards the west, I guess, toward further down that line there.
Who's that way?
So this room is full of all these people fighting.
Yes.
On that other side there's the door that's opening up to the dragon.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to the dragon. I want to go to the out.
Yep.
Who's
So
in-
the out is that way.
Okay. The person that is that way, I'm gonna fire them.
Right. I'll just move it over to this guy.
Pick a guy, any guy.
All good?
He makes a dexterity saving throw.
19.
And he
So
saves.
21.
And the fire does nothing.
Okay. But it still stays there.
What's that?
It still
Yeah, if
stays
someone
there.
out, it's still. If John walks into it, it's gonna hurt him.
Yeah. Well, it's right in front of him at least.
I move back 30 feet.
Right. Move back 30 feet.
Nah, make it 20 feet. So I've got some wriggle room. Yeah,
All good?
yeah.
All good?
Okay, that's me. I think that's all I can do. Good.
That's you?
Cool.
Okay. Drekik, you're up. You now have your gear in front of you on the ground.
Does the door look like it's breakable? The big door that's coming up.
The dragon door?
The dragon door.
It's pretty solid stone, it looks like. It's probably 10 feet in thickness.
I'm going to cast Shatter on the door.
I'm gonna let the dragon out. I was lying.
I am
to
not
it.
going to let the dragon out.
Make a roll.
Yeah, okay, so just a straight damage roll because it's supposed to be a con save for Shatter. So
Oh, can't say.
At disadvantage if it's an object.
I'd say make a attack roll using your Arcana modifier or your Religion modifier, whichever one that you would choose.
Religion, please. Dirty 20.
Okay, so it hits. So you can roll it damage.
Okay, so I'm going to cast it at 3rd level, and it's going to be 4d8. So that's.
Wouldn't that hurt the dragon?
No.
If the dragon's
one.
nose is touching the door, like. Ow!
9 damage because if it's 10 feet thick and I'm casting Shadow here, it's only got a range of 10 feet, so it shouldn't
Oh,
hit
Yeah.
the dragon.
No, it wouldn't penetrate. Right, 9 points of damage. You see little chunks of stone fall off. But not really much of an impact, to be honest.
Guys, I don't think we should let this door open. Guys. And then I look at the enemy guys as well and was like, you too! Stop this door!
We can't stop it!
Attack it! Make it fall! And then I'm just going to move my spiritual weapon 20 feet towards the stone door. And if I can, I will attack with that as well.
20 feet, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really get that far. You can get right to the big guy.
I'll take a swing at the big guy.
Go for it.
19?
Hits.
Cool. And then it's a 1d8 plus 4. 9 damage.
Okay. All good?
Yep. That's my turn.
Right. All good. The newcomers to this situation also now notice the dragon and decide that that's some bad news. The wizard guy looks at the others and he says, Balan, Ming, we need to leave now. Get them out of here. And he points at the big guy who fails its save. And you see his entire form wither away as he takes way too much damage from disintegrate.
Nice.
Still stuck in combat with these guys, however, they are fighting back and they seem to acknowledge his authority. Oh, that's the wrong guy. That's not a 20. Yeah. So one of them pushes this guy back 5 feet and starts pushing through here. Doesn't really get that far though, unfortunately. And yeah, she can probably do that. Yep. So this individual jumps up on the wall, runs past these guys, and lands next to Celeste. The other guy doesn't really hit, but he's also trying to move past here. He gets to that point and realizes, okay, I can't really get far. Whatever. So he pops out of his distance and lands in front of Ingwe. That's their turn. So the patrols are going to try to attack them as well. 1 hit. 2 hit. 3 hit. And 4 hit. So that's probably going to hurt a lot. Wow, triple ones, okay.
Well, rolling well tonight, Tom.
$31 points of damage to the wizard, but he's still standing.
Oh god, he must be like level 20.
Yeah.
It's a lot of D4 hit points.
That is their turn, and then we have the Vanguard going full apeshit. So now Sean is has moved away from them. So this guy's going to go straight for Drekik. This guy understands the situation. He's going to run behind Sean, and this guy is going to go for Sean as well. This guy also Sean. This guy is also going to go for Sean because he's positioned himself so lovely. So the first one is going to try to attack Drekik with a natural 1. Yay! Jesus Christ. So another sword. Let me just roll that. It depends on the force. Yep. So another sword just. Ding, 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 ding. And he's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
You guys are really bad at this.
The one on Sean is going to attack him with the halberd for a natural 20. The guy next to him is going to attack him twice with 2 swords. One is going to... Did you put your armor on, John?
He's got an AC of 15.
Is he still there?
No, he's just ducked out for a little bit, but he's got an AC of 15.
He typed AC of 15, and I was like, your emergencies, your air conditioners on 15?
That's what I thought as well.
Right, so that one hits 2. And there's 2 more from the other dwarf. Both of those 2 hit as well. That's 4 attacks.
So as that's happening, as she kind of like sees this, people ganging up on Jean, Celeste is going to go forward with a finger. And she's going to hold out her finger and look towards one of them, the one who just hit. Just go, you really, really shouldn't do that. This is not going to end well for you, one way or the other. And I will take 7 off of whatever they rolled in their.
Right. So that would take it down to 2 hits so far. And then there's 1 more, which is another natural 20. And then 2 more, which is a natural 1 and a 6. How much damage does the bonfire do, Jacob?
Eight.
So I will add another d4 to that because you fucked up.
11.
Right, so he looks kind of hurt. Not on fire, but he looks relatively hurt. So with John, I'm just going to roll some damage and he can add that when he comes back. That is 6, that's 16 points for that one. No, that's not true. Because it's a crit, so that's 26. And that one is 28. And then the other two. 5. Oh, that's only one, sorry. How much that is? Oof. So he just took 59 points of damage over that round.
That'd be halved though, right?
If he's still raging, yes.
Yeah.
So he would be halved.
You only have to attack, you don't have to do damage or be damage, I think, to keep rage.
So that is 24 points of damage.
It's all about effort, not success.
Yeah. So good.
He's a tank.
So
Hey,
let's just note that
not
for now.
go.
24 points of damage to Sean. If oh, there he is.
Fuck him!
What time? Hello.
24
Air
points
conditioner on
of
15.
bludgeoning and slashing damage.
Okay, is that before or after it's halved?
That is halved
That's
already.
after having.
Okay, 24 total.
Yes, you took 2 natural 20s in the same round.
Would have been 59.
Yeah, 59
Ooh.
of it.
That's spicy.
Very spicy. Jasper is not here anymore. He's left the building. Celeste, you are up.
Going to look towards this figure that ran along the wall, kind of jumped down towards me, kind of hold up my hands and just say, "What do you want?" As they come out towards me.
We are here for you.
For what?
To get you out of here.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Can we do that sooner rather than later? We can discuss the details later.
She just looks at you.
And then Celeste will like reach around her almost and just huck another fireball at the
Firebolt. Oh.
Firebolt, sorry. Yes, firebolt. It's a ball of fire, but it's not a fireball. Towards the person behind Jean, who's like on the other side of Jean closest. I guess the one kind of like on the left. As you're
So
kind
it's
of like
one on
just
Drekik now.
yes, but she will go to the one towards Jean because she just saw him get pummeled by 4 guys.
Right, okay, cool.
And hook it towards that person. Oh, that's a 15 plus 6 for a 21.
Definitely hits.
That's a d20, Laura. Oh, yes, an 8 and a 6 on the die for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 points of fire damage.
So this guy's a dwarf, and you hit him right where his armor isn't hitting. You can just see like parts of his skin just kind of start sizzling as you hit him, and he gives us a. I'll get to you in a minute.
No, thank you. I appreciate the intent, but it's fine. I will. Alright, bonus actions. No, I won't do anything else. I'll just kind of like look towards the person, and just go. Well, I'm ready when you are. Kind of holding up her hands.
All good.
And she's still got Jean's bag, I believe, because he just reeled his thing out of it. I think she dropped Drekik's bag. She's got hers on her shoulder. Ingrid's got his. She's holding Jean's.
Oh, in that case, he would have definitely taken more damage before. But never mind.
Who would have?
Sean. Because I was counting on him being with his armor when I hit him. But it's fine.
I've got an AC of 15 at the moment, if that makes
Yeah, they would have all have hit. That's it.
Ah,
Don't worry, that's fine.
I also cutting words one.
Yep, but that was only one.
advantage on all the next attacks against Sean. Or something like that to balance it out.
No, that's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. That is Celeste?
Yep.
Right. Sean, you're up. After taking hit after hit in the back of your head, you're still standing.
Just just threw up a bunch of black liquid, and then I was completely out of it. Waking back up in it. All right, I am going to. So I'm pretty much just surrounded at this point, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it nice and simple. I'm just gonna start swinging with Lysandriel in all directions. I'm gonna go for the one that is southeast on me, on our visual, sort of flanking me there. So that's the first one. These are the armored guys, not good. That is a 15.
Misses.
All right. Change target. One to the northeast of me. 21.
Hits.
21. Okay, so that is 8 slashing damage. And then action surge.
Rightio.
And I am going for the other two now, starting with the one on the southwest. That is 19.
Hits.
For 10 slashing damage.
Yep.
And then there's two others there as well, right? There's one standing in the bonfire, and then there's one like directly west of me.
Yeah, so there's 5 on you in total. One right in front, and then one in each of your corners, pretty much.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go for the one standing in the bonfire, or the one that's got the red ring on them.
Go for it.
For a 16.
Misses.
Okay.
Just starts off his pauldron.
All right. Miss, hit, miss, and bonus action. I'm going to second wind, get a bit of health back.
Go for it.
Oh, yeah. That's a 1 on the dice. So 7 hit points back. Woo!
That's still pretty good for a 1.
Yeah.
Fair.
Why?
You guys
Probably.
can't hear this, but there's just a whole bunch of people screaming in the background because of the effects right now. But don't worry about it.
Dragon!
Has the dragon entered the field yet? It hasn't, right?
No.
It's still on its side.
But
of the wall, so to speak.
it's very close. Let's just say
Yeah.
it like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I don't want to move. It's risking a lot of attacks. I am going to hold off moving. I'm just going to hold my ground.
Right.
And hopefully I don't take any more critical hits. Yeah, sweet.
That's you.
That's me.
Right. The door reaches the top. And the dragon enters the hallway.
He's got a model.
It's a little bit out of reach still, but it is within at least 50 feet now. It's definitely not happy. And that's its turn for now. Anyway, you're up.
Alright, speak telepathically to the dragon. And I say, what's foolish about serving a great dragon like yourself? Told you we've come to help. And I cast Healing Word on the dragon.
Okay. Make a... Is this deception? You're technically lying, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes. So this would be a
No.
deception check.
No, I'm telling the truth.
Are you gonna worship it?
When I just no, I did lie because we are not saving the dragon. Yes, it's definitely deception.
Okay. Make a deception check.
Not any good. 14.
It didn't seem to react to what you said.
But it got healed.
It did, which is probably a good thing.
It gets 8 points of healing.
It seemed a little more healthy now, not necessarily more sturdy.
So there's this like person next to me, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna hold my action to comply with the thing that they want me to do to escape.
Right.
Like, if it's like, hold my hand and we can go, they don't have to wait for me to hold hands. I'm holding the action to comply with instructions.
Okay. You are now complying as your held action.
Yes.
Good job. That you?
Yes.
Drekik, you're up.
Does Drekik notice a way to get out of here?
There is a hallway with a door on the opposite side, but it means that you have to go towards the dragon and then turn to the right.
In that case, Drekik's just gonna be like, "Hi, yes, we're here to help. Ingwe, we're helping this guy, yeah? Ah." And I'm just gonna also cast Healing Word at this dragon.
Okay. You can make a deception check as well.
This is how you beat Dungeons and Dragons. This is the secret.
12.
It does not seem to give two shits about you.
Ah, but you did take Healing Word, 6 points of healing.
Yep, it looks a little bit more healthy. It's a little bit more red cheeks.
The acid dripping out of its maw is better. It's more dripping swamp mud.
And then I'm just gonna walk over to this as calmly as I can towards this great powerful wizard that's in the room and just be like, "Help."
So he's on the complete opposite side of the room, and you are in melee combat with the guy at the moment.
I am ignoring that guy now, and I'm just walking towards this guy.
So you can't get very far before Sean and his entourage of cheerleaders have blocked the entire pathway.
Give us a
You
few.
do take
Give us some
an
time.
attack of opportunity on the way, which is a miss.
Oh, I also picked up my bag before I went,
Yes.
by the way.
Yeah, I assume that. Very well. That's you?
Yep, that's me. That's all done. I'm just going to whisper at the wizard, "Help."
So, this individual walks over to this guy and starts pummeling him. Not too good, but it's okay. And he's probably taking a bit of damage on it. Yeah, nothing. He is getting just punch after punch in his face, and he's just standing there like he doesn't know what's going on. And you can see his armor is covering everything except his face. And now he's probably regretting that decision. Anyway, that is what this individual is doing. This individual grabs Ingwe. Are you, with your compliance, willing to go with this individual wherever he decides to go?
Wait, like one of the people that popped out of the orb and spoke to Celeste and said, "We're gonna." Yes.
Yep. Ingwe and the
Can I-
individual disappears. The other individual over here is going to unleash a few attacks to try to get Sean out of there. Both of those would hit. And both of those will hit. So it's going to smite him. Right. So that's the guy in the bonfire. No, that's the guy. So this guy literally just gets his head chopped off. And the others take a bit of damage. So that is not that guy. But this guy. And that guy. It's starting to look a little bit rough, but this guy is moving in, pushing through into the combat zone. And now, Sean, you can see this is a bald human. He seems maybe in his 50s. He has a lot of little scars and nicks everywhere. But he seems very determined to try to push you out of this combat situation. Okay. The wizard, however, can see that he may be in a little bit of a pickle because the dragon is right around the corner now. So he decides to also move. He lands right next to Drekik, whispered gently to him, right next to Sean. And he's going to cast a cantrip as well on this guy, who's not taking any damage yet. Okay, cool. That is them for now. All four of them. Minus an Ingwe. The patrols move forth. And one of them seems to be more like a captain. And they get to this point before they realize there's a fucking dragon behind us. And you can see one of them just looks and just starts running back where he came from. The rest don't seem to be too scared, or maybe they are a little bit brainwashed. You're not quite sure. But they're definitely in a bad spot. Vanguards are now going to try to attack Sean. First halberd guy is going to be a 15 to hit.
Just hits.
Second, the dwarf with 2 attacks is going to try attack. One is a 26.
Yep.
The other dwarf, one is a 21.
Yep.
And the halberd guy on the other side is a 15 as well.
Yep.
And the last guy died. So the 2 halberd guys. So that's 10 for the first attack, 16 for the second attack.
Cool.
And 22 for the last 2 attacks together.
Okay. And this is before being halved, or?
That is before being halved, all of this.
Okay. So 48 halved, 24. John's hurt, but he's still standing.
There you go. He's becoming a badass all of a sudden. There you go.
That's
He's
rage.
taking a lot of hits, and there's a few times where everyone else thinks, oh, he's going to go down now, but he's like, oh, that woke me up. Jasper's still not here. Celeste, you are now up. You've seen Ingwe pop out of existence.
There's a dragon. I'm a bard. It's Do what I was created to do.
This is a Christian channel.
Oh yeah.
Post that dragon.
So, looking at the scene kind of unfolding, Ingwe, he was behind me, right? Like, did I notice him disappear?
Yes, there was a flash of light, and then he was gone.
Right. And we've got Jean being pummeled. We've got Drekik. What's happening with Drekik? He's walking over towards the wizard.
Yeah, so him and the wizard are standing right behind John in the middle of that clusterfuck right now.
Right, and I've got the stranger next to me. Going to look towards her, and then look over towards this great big black dragon that's skulking in that doorway. I feel the colour draining from my face. I'll go. He's upstairs, the one that you want. He's not down here. The one who captured you. Take out the rest of them, and then go up and find him. And then I'll look towards the stranger who is standing next to me and go, well, I'm ready if you are. Are we leaving?
Make a persuasion check.
Alright, okay.
With advantage because we healed him.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm stressing out, I don't know what dice to use. Okay. Alright.
I give you bardic inspiration.
You're not there.
It's not bad. Well, I mean, it's good. That's a 20 set. No, 20. 26.
You're a smart one. I might let you live.
I would really, really appreciate that. And I'll hold my action to also get the help action.
Right.
My turn. Also.
Very well. You can see that this individual, was referred to as Ming, is very busy right now.
Doing
But she
what?
did hear you. She is beating the holy Jesus
Oh,
out of
that's
this pinata man.
That's right, she's beating him up. Sorry, I thought that was... For some reason I thought that was, Drekik's guy.
Well, I mean, it was technically Drekik's guy. I mean, he was attacking Drekik before, now he's getting attacked by her. He's been pretty much beaten up by everyone so far, except for Ingwe and Celeste, so he gets around.
Alright, well then, as my bonus action, I suppose, as I look towards her, and I'll go, you know, I'm ready when you are. But of course, take your time if you've got more pressing things to do. I'll give her my last bardic inspiration.
Okay. I will remember that.
I'll just wait here. Wait for you to finish.
Okay.
No
Gotcha.
rush.
Alright, yes, that's beat.
Sean, you're up in the middle of chaos.
All right. So I don't know if I missed any conversation before whilst I was gone. Did these guys like call out and basically be like, "We're getting you guys the fuck out of here"?
Yes.
Okay. Over the last round, I've sort of picked that up. Okay, cool. So, if that's the case, I've got one of them trying to help me get out of this fight. Right? They seem to be pushing through, from what I can tell.
Yes, he's trying to push towards you to get you do something. You can't really see what. He doesn't look like a magic user in the sense that he's not a wizard for sure. He's definitely wearing armor and has a weapon and stuff.
Yeah. Jean's going to turn to them and just go, "What do you need us to do? What's the next step?"
Get away from these guys. We'll take care of them.
Understood. Action disengage.
Right. There is a lot of them. But it is possible if you have the disengage action.
Yeah. I think anyone can disengage, right?
Yeah, but there's
Only
some attacks
rogues
of
can do it
opportunities.
as a bonus action.
Yeah.
But you do take attacks of opportunity though, because you're not a rogue.
No, but you use your action to do the
Yeah,
disengage
you
action.
don't
Yeah.
provoke attacks of opportunity for the rest of your entire round, like from anyone, if you disengage.
Oh, sorry. Yep, cool.
Sweet.
Right.
Yep.
So you can move out of the way.
Disengage and
And
I'm moving to where. Yep.
That's as far as you can really get, unfortunately, because everyone's blocking the way now. There's dead
That's
people
cool.
on the stairs. And... Yeah.
And if your turn ends and you haven't attacked a hostile creature since your last turn or taken damage since then. Okay, so I've taken damage since my last turn, so my rage should hold on for another round. Sweet. Yeah, I can't really do much else with my bonus action, so I'm just going to get there. Turn around, hold my ground, hold out my axe, look at that person, and just... I'm ready! And,
right.
Yeah. That's my turn.
Rightio. The dragon takes a few steps forward and unleashes a black, greenish cloud of death. It is not long enough to hit you. But these guys are having a bad day.
All hail the Dragon Master.
So, these guys die outright. They don't have enough hit points to stay. The remaining one that's in the bonfire and the dwarf next to the guy who was helping Sean takes a lot of damage, and they look very in a flight or fight mode, but they've already been doing the fighting mode, and now they're considering how the fuck to get out of there. You can see that in their eyes that they're like, fuck. But they stay for now. Anyway, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, it's a good roll. Well, his constitution's not very good. Oh, it's +0. I have a 15.
You feel yourself flying for a second, then falling, then landing. You feel and you hear your legs give in, but your sound in your ears aren't there. You can't hear. You see this green, grassy area. And as your impact, you pass out. Drekik, you're up.
Did I just see Ingwe pass out?
No, he's not anywhere near you. He was teleported away last round.
Okay. What do you want me to do, oh powerful wizard guy?
I'll get to you in a second. Just hang on.
Okay. And I will hold my action to attack should anything go bad.
Well,
That's it.
that's your action. Right. Very well. These guys have communicated with each other without you being able to hear it. It's very clear that they definitely know where they're going and what they're doing. What happens is this individual jumps in front of all the fighters and grabs on to Drekig's arm. The woman behind Sean moves around and grabs onto Sean. Both of them are holding out their other hands. And then something strange happens. You hear the wizard say, "Take your time. That's a good idea." And then everything stops. He grabs on hold of the two individuals next to him. And he points at Celeste. You're unable to move, but you can see what's going on. Even the flickering light has stopped. And I need you all to make a Constitution saving throw.
I re-roll.
Nope.
For what?
I have a 4.
Just goes.
I rolled a 2.
Just for please.
And Sean?
13.
And Celeste?
12.
Right. You have the sensation of falling, then landing. You land, you go on your knees, you feel the grass, you smell the trees and flowers, and then you just pass out.
Just before I pass out, I just go, oh, not again.
So the strange thing you also see is that there is this portal in front of you where you kind of was spat out. And as the wizard drops you off, he goes back in. And that's where we'll take a break.
Oh my god.
Thanks,
Thanks, Dad.
Cool.
Remind
like
me
the
to not
opposite
get
of
that
last
wizard
time.
angry.
It's been a long day for these guys.
Who is this wizard? I like him.
Now,
Experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the other, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of swords came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was purely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
John Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after John's father. John eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to John. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for Kingshelm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share, and to tell the story of the world.
With a break. We are back again after
Hola, hola.
a little break.
We also are speaking Spanish.
I'm not even going to try now.
Buenos dias.
Hola.
Buenos
This is the
noches,
DLC.
señorita.
I'll just gasp dramatically.
Before the break, you entered up trying to escape from prison and ended up having a little bit of unsuspected help. Question mark? Each of you, one by one, ended up falling through some sort of portal, or at least was teleported somewhere else. You managed to see some green grass, and some of you saw a portal where the wizard was going back in. And then you passed out. You all wake up in a bed. You're in the same room. It seems like a hospital almost of sorts. It's empty. There's no one there. All your equipment is next to you. You can hear a slight wind outside. You can hear people moving around. You can hear people talking somewhere outside. You're not chained. And the door's open.
I do like this, but you're not chained. I do like that detail thrown in there.
I have to specify now.
Are we chained? Anytime we're unconscious.
And you are in what looks like an infirmary. You are laying on 4 of the beds. There is beds enough here for maybe another 20 people. Seems to be a fairly big room.
Has it been? Do we get a long rest? Like, were we asleep for like a long time?
You would have gotten a long rest.
Ooh.
Press the button.
You
Ooh.
can press the button. No!
And as you press the button, you all die.
But when you push the button, you fell into my trap.
Being a bearded man myself, one of the first things Jean would do is check down to see if there is still any black goop or whatever he was spewing up, like through his beard, or have we been like cleaned up?
You have been. Your
Nothing
wounds have been tended to. If you are dirty, it seems to have been cleaned. Even your clothing that seemed to have been slightly dirtied from just being in that cell. It's all been fixed.
Do we have all our belongings and items?
They are in your bags and such are right next to you, and you can take them if you want.
I gather my things.
Yeah.
My beard's clean.
I feel as though that's the last of our concerns.
I must say, out of all the wake-ups I've had these past few days, this is the most pleasant.
Almost worryingly pleasant.
Can we look around and see if there's other people around?
Make a perception check.
While Ingway's checking, Jean's just going to look through his bag and make sure everything's there. Like to a proper
Everything is there.
Okay.
I got a 20 on perception.
18.
Right. Both of you kind of look around, and doors open, there's windows here, and the compound itself here seems to have been vacated. There's no one here other than you. However, outside, there's a few things that catch your eye. One thing is there is a large, almost arena-like training ground where there's several individuals fighting against each other. It looks like they're training. There is a large building which seems to be built like a church, but it's almost like if you had several churches stuck together. It's the same type of structure, just kind of added to each other. There's also a giant tower in the middle, and it seems to be giving off a bluish smoke of some sort. Quite a heavy of it. There's another large tower, a square one, that seems to have a big, like a clock on the outside. It seems to be a tower where it's more like a you can walk in and walk up some stairs and such. Not so much a solid structure in that sense. It's more like a what do you call it? Like when you're building tall buildings, you have those rafters and such outside. It's more like that. It's built
Scaffolding?
solidly. Yeah, it's built very solidly, and it's built permanently. But it's not as a closed off building. It's more like a thing you go in and then you go up it for some reason. And then there's a lot of buildings with smoke coming out of their chimneys. All flattish buildings. They look almost Saharan in nature. And then there's a very, very large building on the opposite end. Seems to be walls all around this compound with guard towers everywhere. And it seems to be heavily manned. You can't quite count how many people you see, but there's a lot.
So, Miss Celeste,
Yes, Hingwei.
we were off to see the Karameshis, and then your friends came. Where are we?
My friends. I've never seen those people before in my life.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we're safe because I went with them and we've ended up here. I thought they were your friends. Okay, well, where are we?
I'll kind of get up and walk over towards, I guess, like the window and peer out and see if I can make any sort of connection with, the sky and where the sun is and like what sort of greenery and that sort of stuff to try and figure out if I can at least pinpoint, are we on the same continent? Are we somewhere else? Try and get a general idea.
Make a survival check, I guess.
Oh no. That was 12.
Nothing really rings a bell. The only thing that really stands out to you is that you see nothing beyond the walls. You see no mountains or forests or anything like that. You just see walls, and then there's the sky.
What's the weather like?
It's a bit windy, but it's in a fairly good weather today.
Is there grass in the compound?
It's grass, and then there's some cobblestone streets here and there. There's trees, there's bushes, there's plants. It seems to be very neatly and tightly organized.
No
Would
idea where we
Drekik-
are.
Would Drekik think that the temperature is warm?
Yes.
Okay.
I use my boots to predict the weather.
Why not?
It does not work.
Oh, is magic things not working? Oh, maybe it's predicted to the land. That's weird.
That one does not work. At least for now.
Guys,
It'll never snow here.
how long were we out? Is this like your springtime now?
Does Celeste look the same?
It looks the same. Not been that long.
We are really good at telling weather, you guys.
We can tell the time from Celeste's hair. We can tell the weather from looking outside.
And from Ingway's boots.
You can tell if it's gonna snow.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I had a cloak that made me look good.
Never mind that, Ingwe. We don't talk about that.
It's pretty warm anyways. I don't think we need.
Okay.
Surely there's someone around here who knows what's happened. I'm gonna reach down and just kind of start grabbing my stuff and putting it back where it all belongs, like tying my bag to my hip and kind of like strapping, putting on some armor, and I'm just gonna start like pretty much just putting everything back to where it needs to go, and then kind of turn around and look at the boys and just go, what happened? happened?
That is an excellent question.
What did they do to you, Jean?
Who?
That is also an excellent question.
Rokan and his army of whatever they were.
They hit me a lot.
Are we sure that it was Rokan? And not just like someone that's like...
Yes, they told us.
Oh,
Yeah, but they could have been lying.
Yeah, did they hit you so much you swelled up like a balloon?
What was that?
No. That I called out for aid. That's I called out, and I don't know. I guess it was answered.
I
Stormlord,
don't swell up like a balloon when I ask for help.
that's a very, very good trick. I thought they must have poisoned you or injected you with something.
I did not feel well afterwards. That's why I was surprised my beard was clean. That was my first sense of realizing that we'd been properly looked over.
I'm thankful for that at least. At least we don't seem to be under attack or even under any sort of watch. It as though when we would have woken, someone would have...
Do I notice the necklace around Ingwe's neck?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So there.
Should we go and see if we can find those people that came and I briefly remember there was it's all very fuzzy, there was a portal and that man that came and he went back in, but after that I don't remember anything else. I don't know if the others came through with us and stayed, or I don't know if only he left. I'm not sure.
Well, your friend Ming, she's the one that popped me out, right?
Don't know
No.
who Ming is.
It was another individual.
I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know why you think it's some sort of connection with me.
That was a really powerful wizard, wasn't it? He seemed to stop time.
That's not, even with magic, that's not possible.
No,
That
definitely.
Are
was
you
just-
sure? Because I swear he said, "Oh, more time," and then everything stopped.
I'm pretty sure that was just the adrenaline before he took us wherever we went. Like, surely, right? It had to be.
Well,
If-
magic can definitely play with time, but that's by the by. That's not important right now, Mr. John.
It's the least of our... the bottom of the list of things to discuss.
But your lack of understanding of magic is not really.
Should we have a look down the hallway and see if anyone's around?
Well, no. Yes. Maybe
Oh.
we should work out what we're doing first, because I know you weren't very interested in the art gallery, Mr. John, but I think that you should know that the art was actually depicting things that were really important in our story.
Oh, they say they're like windows to the soul, and you can
Nah.
see.
Yeah, I get that. I heard you, and I get that there's like a art thing that's like some weird, like, because you're a man you don't like it thing. But just put that aside for a second. And
Yeah, just sure. All right. Yep.
the art works were produced by do you remember on the flying ship there was that historian guy that I liked, Carstein?
Yeah, he was friends with a wolf friend.
Yeah, well, he was a historian, right? And he also was one of the artists from the art show.
He's also
And-
dead.
Yeah.
Where he
He
died
was-
at the art show? Was his stuff there?
No. He, you know how you were fighting everyone? We went and got our stuff, and he was in the room, and he was dead. And the things that he painted was a bit like, that's it. You know, when we went into Valentina's room, and she had the visual representations of our visions.
Right. Yep.
So
Oh, I never saw mine.
the art show was like all that stuff about, you know, like that the rich people paying for stuff that doesn't matter was there, but actually cast iron had real paintings that mattered in the real world, that depicted real life things. That
So they were.
I know where all the I know where all the the things we need to smash are. Not all of them, but some of them.
No, you know where the. We know where the key shards are, not the wards.
I'm confused. So the images were similar to those of like what Volta Marie, that's not the name.
Who was
That's a
that?
different campaign entirely.
Wow.
Valentina. That was similar to how Valentina's images were depicting the past, like what was going on there. Do you think that these images were depicting real instances in history?
Yeah, and then the person that created those images was dead in a cell and had killed himself to stop the person that imprisoned us from finding the information.
Doesn't necessarily have to be visions of the past either. It could be visions of the future. But they were locations. They weren't necessarily moments in time. It was more locations. Although there was one that was depicting a moment.
Interesting. Did they seem to indicate or imply how long ago these instances were? Things move, things are found. I mean, I hope for our sake not, but something we must consider could be the case.
Wouldn't be more than, say, more than 100 years. You know, it wouldn't be any longer than that.
All right. And Drekik, yeah, you were saying you hadn't seen your vision, right?
No, not on the paintings, because I didn't go to that place that you guys went to.
What
That's
was
what
your
we-
vision?
I told you before it was way back here.
Still waking up from this crazy shit.
Yeah, there was something. There was the Black Legion, and there was the yeah.
Wait.
there was-
Before we go into any sort of detail, I just think that we should perhaps make sure that we're not being watched or listened to or anything like that before we start discussing in detail.
I cast detect magic.
Everything around you glows.
Is there a magical orb watching us? Is there anything that
No.
from I want to can I like do an arcana check through all the magical things to see if there's like a secret listening device?
You can make an arcana check.
Everything is magical.
Everything is magical and whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Blinded by the light.
This is like my place. Everything wow! Whoa!
What? I don't. You're saying whoa a lot. What's going on?
Well, I've just tried to find it. I can see when I pull this bean out and I
Yep.
squeeze it. I can see if there's magic around. Like, remember how I did it with your cloak? And you're like, my cloak's not magical. And I was like, your cloak's magical. And now your arm, wow, your arm is I knew your arm was magical. Yeah. That, like, this bowl for pissing in is magical, and the table's magical.
Everything.
Shit. Is it?
You also notice that there is a little bead inside Sean, inside his head, that you have not seen before.
A bead.
Little bead of magical energy somewhere within his skull.
Inside his head, like a
Inside his head.
yo. Okay, I'll hold on to that for a moment because I'm looking out for listening devices. Everything's magical. Is it like illusion magic, and we're really in a slum? Like,
nope. It seems like the majority of this magic is to make sure that it doesn't age or break.
Yep.
But that's it.
Yeah.
It's like transmutation.
And I
pretty much, yeah.
Rolled 20 dirty for Arcana to check specifically for listening devices.
You don't seem to see or feel any.
Whoa. Wow. This is like an ages. It's kind of similar to home, but no. It's like they made the stuff without magic, and then they're like, "Don't break." Oh man. Oh, that's a new thing in your head, John. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Okay. You know magic.
I'm pretty confident no one's listening.
Right. Sorry to make you do that, Ingwe. I just wanted to make sure if it is that we have a habit of, speaking out loud before checking and then all of a sudden plans unfurl.
You get a haircut, John.
Did I?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out what's different with your head.
What's different with his head? Nah, it's like a magic thing. There's like a, what is it? Can I focus on the thing that's in John's head and get the School of Magic?
Make an Arcana check.
20.
Natural 20!
Yes!
Right.
Nice.
I will message you.
Oh my god.
Whispers.
Messages.
John's been caught.
What device?
John had a lot of this one.
John got caught.
It's just magic bean is all it is. It's that bean that Ingwe squeezed, like teleported into my brain. It was like squeezed it so hard, it just.
It's a gateway to where the giants live.
And that's how he became so giant.
Yeah. Came through.
And like this, this. Oh man, your cloak's really good.
So, what's the plan? What are we here for?
Well,
The first
here
point
is. Yeah.
I was going to say that the first point of order, I believe, is to figure out where we are and what we're doing here and who those people were. And from there, perhaps I feel as though if they came in to fight Rokan and his group of people, then they must at least be, perhaps not on our side, but you know what they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, if they have any sort of information that can help us.
I feel like they were the only ones not trying to kill us. That makes them pretty friendly for me.
But as though any time we set foot into it at the moment, we have the target on our backs.
Sort of strange, isn't it?
We were in Kingshelm for less than, 48 hours? How many times were we attacked in that time? 3?
Yeah.
No.
There was the incident.
Someone else was attacked and we were
barracks. There was the werewolf guy. Then we were captured.
The werewolf guy
We
was
just went to
attacked
see a bloody art museum, and then we were knocked unconscious. Here we go again. And then we went and then we were locked up in jail. And then John turned into a giant. And then now we're here.
And there was a dragon. Don't forget the dragon.
Oh yeah, it was a dragon. Yep. Sorry, that slipped my mind.
Oh
Right,
shit!
Hey,
No, I just realised I had something to collect back in Kingshelm.
Ah. That's.
oh, what if we're still in Kingshelm?
I don't think we're still in Kingshelm. We'll be able to see. Yes, and we'll be able to see the mountain ranges from here, and well, we'll be able to see the city itself. I don't remember there being a fortress within the city.
Big statue full of people. You can see that from far away.
True.
Oh, damn it!
Was it important or?
Could have been very important.
Get it sent to you by mail.
I don't think that the Postum Arcanum actually sends parcels. I believe it's only letters. I believe if I need to collect it, I'm going to actually have to go back. Well, collect them. There are several of them.
Huh.
What have you been shopping for?
Presents.
Oh,
That lot of gold I spent as well.
of the
I do hope
money.
she'll. I said I was going to. I was going to pick them up in the morning, but I don't know how long it's been. I really hope that she holds them for me. Anyway, it's not on the list of things to worry about at the moment. It's just sorry, it's just a thought.
Put it there, we'll just put it adjacent as opposed to right with them, I guess. You know what? Fuck it. Jean's gonna turn around and look for the closest person he can find.
Right. So all the doors are open. There's no one in this compound, but you can go out if you want to.
No one in the compound at all.
There's no one inside the room, the house that you're in.
Oh, sorry.
It's completely empty. There are people outside in the compound, of course, but
If John moves to leave, Ingwe will stop him in a non-forceful way.
He's yeah.
Coat
he's
hangers
going
him
to the door.
fast.
So like, if you go to move, you're like, I'm Mr. John, and grab his shoulder. But if you
Yeah.
like, try.
Yeah. He would have turned around and looked, and if there was no one, he would have immediately started walking for the door.
Keeping going, like I'm grabbing you, being like, hey, but
Yeah.
hold on a second.
Oh,
Go
yep.
I think, Mr. John, before we find a new person, we should figure out all the people that we have here. In case they don't like any of the people that we have here.
You mean us?
Yeah.
Well, there's more people. We have more than the 5 of us, more than the 4 of us here,
Well,
right?
yeah, there's in your necklace. There's him.
Well, I have got 5 people in my necklace, and Jean has, I think, 2 or 3 people with him. Miss Celeste, are you carrying any people with you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Drekik, well, so you carry your gods, right? Like,
Yes. I mean,
So-
yeah, that's all I got.
oh no, that's just tattoos. That's not actual people.
Well, they're magical tattoos, surely. You got detect magic. They're magical, yeah?
Are they magical?
yeah.
Yeah. Yes. It's hard to explain magic to idiots. Yes, they're magical, but they're not people, right? This is real confusing
No,
because
They're
gods.
conduits. They're conduits to people, I think is the best way to explain it.
yeah, they're like tools. Your tattoos are tools.
All right.
And Vartex is not a tool.
Well,
Right, he's a person.
maybe both.
Okay, so
What did you say about John having 3 people?
I don't know because John doesn't tell us the things that he knows that he doesn't know. But
But wouldn't it
Based
be
on this
his,
conversation, I don't know anything.
well,
his
he's got
wife and his father? Would it not? Didn't we?
Oh, it's his father. Is that who is in his head?
I mean,
I thought we had that.
His wife, his father, but then you said there was a third.
The arm thing.
Oh, is that
Is that a
wait,
person
is
or
the
a
arm thing a
tool?
different person?
I don't know.
Like
Is
you
it?
said, Celeste, they can be both.
So, anyway, I can see a new person since last time. There's like, in your head, there's like, a thing that's growing. It lives by itself, but it lives off you, and you should maybe you can talk to it. Maybe it impacts. I assume it's something to do with your arm. Um, d-
Oh, me?
yeah, you, Mr. John.
I don't. What I mean, I've been speaking to the Stormlord lately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's not a god. No, the Stormlord's not
there's
right.
my wife.
Yeah.
Sort of been moving with us, so to speak.
Yep. And anyone else? Because I think there's a third.
Nope. I don't know if I'm actually capable of lying.
You can't.
Oh, I can't. I
Oh, you
physically cannot.
can't.
Physically cannot. Sign
Oh,
the
good. So we're
contract.
still under the spell. I'm glad. I've been
Okay.
wondering about that.
Yeah.
Sharok's made so much effort. Really appreciate all those moments.
A third.
Like I think it feels like it feels like your arm, but it's not. It's in your head, not your arm. It's like I heard about it in stories, but my stories I don't trust my stories. Oh, Miss Celeste, you might have heard about it. It's like a tadpole. They're like a fairy creature, and they well, in the stories that I heard, they crawl in people's ears and they take over their brains, and then like they go to school and everyone in the school's brains get taken over, but I think that was a different movie.
Movie?
Like cows do.
Oh,
Have I heard of any sort of tadpole creature that can crawl in through people's ears and take over their brains?
You can make a history check. I'd say probably with advantage because of your history background.
Oh hell yeah, boys! Oh, the two natural ones.
You had a
That is-
homeschooling day that day. You were not there.
Can I make one?
Two natural ones. I was literally thinking before. It's been a while since I've had a natural one.
I don't think it would be within your field.
I don't think so.
Particularly because I've Englified the message that's been sent.
It's definitely messed up the instruction manual. Yeah. No, that's fine. No, you don't know.
It's just gone straight over her head.
Well, okay, so
just to understand, you think some?
no, I know.
Well, okay, is like what linked to this arm?
I don't know that it's linked to your arm. I know there's a thing in your head that
Thing in my. All
that
right.
I mean, if it was in my head, I'd be able to talk to it, and like would be able to make a deal, and it would provide me with special powers, and I would provide it with nourishment of whatever source it needed to grow and multiply. That's what I would do if I had it in my head. But it's not in my head, it's in your head, and maybe it's killing you because you don't want to meet its needs or understand how to, or maybe it's what turned you into that big thing.
I don't. I'm genuinely lost with a lot of what you're saying.
Like these things could have turned you large and scary and made you break open doors if it thought it was in its self-interest, because it's in your head and its interest is your interest for as long as it's in your head until it gets someone else's head. So it's not really your friend because it is your
Well,
friend because it's in your, so it doesn't want your head to get chopped
So,
off because
are
then
you
it'll die.
saying, Ingwe, that you
Mm.
think that Jean is possessed?
No, that's his wife. That's a ghost thing. Different magic.
No,
This
because
is
well, possession can take many forms. One of them is, like a haunting, but other ones are where they actually, like a parasite, can latch onto your body and control you and things like that. Is that kind of what you're?
well, I haven't heard that word parasite before, but I think, oh yeah, like worms, like dogs get. No, that just sucks your blood.
Or like ticks.
Yeah, like that. But no, because they don't control people's. But actually, there's this cool bee that plants its eggs into ants, and then it controls the ants to get them to climb up trees. Yeah, like that. Yeah, parasite. That's a good word. I think there's a parasite in John's head.
that's
Interesting.
concerning. And you think it's a magical parasite?
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
if it was in my head, it would talk to me, and we would come to some sort of arrangement. And I would be like, "Hey, you could kill me if you want. I don't want to die. I'll achieve your goal, and you can help me achieve mine." And we'd make a deal like that, right? And generally,
Fair
they
enough.
can give you extra powers and stuff like that.
Okay. You tell me if any of what I say would be considered lying, DM. I'm just gonna say it, and we'll go from there. I mean, I haven't felt particularly unwell, like something's getting nutrients from me, and I mean, nothing's really being taken from me in that regard that I can think of. So I don't. Maybe it's something similar, but not exactly what you're thinking. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. So I imagine it'll not see you as a suitable host and not talk to you. That would be my assumption. And then wait till you die and consume your body, and try and find a better host that can understand it.
So it is like worms. In that regard.
Yeah. Well, except though, it did it. How did you turn into the big scary thing? Because I can do that spell, right? Like,
Yeah. Like I said, I
who,
was in the room. I called out to the storm lord, and then shortly later,
Drakik, have you ever heard of a Stormlord transforming his followers into giant, well, whatever, I don't even know how to describe it, whatever Jean was?
Well, no, not in that sense. I mean, gives gifts like Jean's weapon sometimes, but
So
nothing
perhaps, I mean, I'm just kind of spitballing here. Perhaps Jean is speaking to the Stormlord and asking for guidance. And this entity, because you said the Stormlord sometimes speaks to you, Jean, and sends you signs. Perhaps that parasite in your head is pretending to be the Stormlord to get you to do its bidding, and it's giving you these signs and visions and whatever it is inside your head, but it's not actually the Stormlord that you're speaking to.
but Vortex did that. Is this?
yeah, that's what we're trying to say, right? Like that's my concern for you, Mr. John. Is like, for example, if this parasite said to you, "Hey, I can bring your wife back to life and give you a happy family with your son," you'd be pretty. You'd be like, "Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that."
I'd go
Now,
pretty easy on using that as an example. Just a heads up. Carry on.
what's the thing that you? I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I prefer you not use that as an example in future.
Yeah, sure. The reason why like something like this would promise to do things for you that you wanted,
Sure.
like kill all of the people that harmed your family,
I was gonna do that anyway, so
and that's it. That's what they promised. That if I was the parasite, I would promise to help you kill things because you like killing people.
But that's also what Jean told us. The Stormlord had promised him. He asked the Stormlord to help him get more powerful to be able to defeat the.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I imagine that's what Ron does for Drekik as well.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know if it's a Stormlord that you're speaking to.
Like Vartex, like
You've
Sure.
had far
Vartex.
more communication with the Stormlord than I have, like direct communication.
And he is the chosen one of all the gods.
Sure.
So
So maybe this
Maybe
direct
because-
communication isn't direct communication.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's a being like Vartex that's tricking you, and that's my concern. My concern is that there is another person like Vartex that is trying to trick you into thinking they're the Stormlord, and they're not. And I can see them in your head now.
It wouldn't be something like Vartex. It would be something greater.
Or lesser.
No, I don't even think that a being of Vartex's power has the ability to get inside someone's head permanently in the sense of actually being there. Speaking into someone's head, yes, but not in the sense that as you're actually seeing it inside.
Yeah, so the thing with tadpoles is that's their like larval stage, and they grow, so they have to be in the person's head until they,
I understand that. I know what a tadpole is, but what I'm saying is that it would be a different kind of being than Vartex, because in the end, Vartex is still mortal in the same sense. So this would be something akin to a god, but like a demon. It would be like a god, but different.
like a
What if-
fey creature.
Well, what does that mean?
What if it's a bead that's being laid by the Stormlord as a means of communication?
No, but that would still be the same
I'm
person.
pretty sure. Ingwe, do I have a bead in my head? Or several beads in my head?
No, of course not. What?
Because, like, that's the whole point of the being marked. If I've been marked by all the gods, then you think they'd all put a bead in my head to talk to them. But you've been marked by one, and you shouldn't have a bead in your head to talk to the gods.
Maybe it's more personal when it's one-on-one.
Whatever
Hear
it
a
is.
knock on the side of the door.
Oh well, and the conversation for another time. Go and see your mates, Mr. John.
All right. Yep. All right. I guess keep an eye on it.
Rekik's just gonna whisper under his breath, I'm gonna take insult to that.
Sean, make a Constitution saving throw.
Huzzah. 15.
You take 3 points of psychic energy damage,
Oh my god.
and you hear a voice in your head. Make them stop talking about me. Or else.
I'm gonna just head out and look. I guess just keep an eye on it with whatever you're doing. I don't clearly know enough about what's going on, so I don't know. And Sean will walk to the door and take a look around. Hello?
So there was a knock on the door. on the door.
Oh.
Side.
Sorry.
But they did not enter. They are standing outside. There's two individuals. They're standing on both sides of the door. They're both very well dressed. You haven't seen them before, but they seem rather cheerful. Both of them are like human. One has a little bowler hat. The other one has a little ponytail. The first one introduces himself as Alugar Webster, and the other one is Matthias Borsch.
One more time.
Alugar Webster
Mm-hmm.
and Matthias Borsch.
And Elugard has the bowler hat.
Matthias has the bowler hat, and Alugar has a ponytail. So the rest of you can't see this from inside the building, but outside, they're standing there just kind of waiting. And Elugard says, "Hey, Mr. Sean Ordenfall,
Yep.
would you mind if you and your friends would come with us so we can have a proper introduction? Anytime when you're ready, of course. Just let me know."
Sure. Can we have a less proper introduction to begin with?
What do you mean?
I just... Hello, who are you?
Yeah, I think Devon's gonna have to talk to you about that one. Sorry.
These fine individuals would like us to follow them for a proper introduction.
Celeste is immediately grabbing her, like, bow, like on her shoulder, and just going into, like, last time someone said they want to come up and have a conversation with her, she was shot with darts and dragged away. So she's immediately on the back foot.
Right.
Drakik's gonna look around awkwardly at the party and go, my name's Brendan.
So at this moment, you can see them, and you actually recognize them. These were the two investigators who were questioning you about the werewolf.
Oh, you two.
The reporters.
Yes.
Oh, the reporters.
Yeah, Mr. Drakik, Yorkson, Ingwe
Yep.
Bandera, and Celeste Highcrest. Would you please come with us?
How are you two here?
We live here, so that's...
You live here?
Well, yeah. It's a little bit tricky. I can't tell you anything, really. It's really up to Devon. We have visitors from time to time, but I'm sure you'll understand once you get outside.
Are you able to
Sure.
bring our possessions?
Yeah, bring whatever you want, of course, no problem.
Right.
You're not in
Guys-
any danger, we just want to have a conversation.
You'll forgive us the last time
These
someone
guys
wanted
are
to have a
cool.
conversation
All right,
with us.
they're all right.
They locked us away, so forgive us if we're
Yeah,
just
we saw that. That
trepidatious.
was quite nasty.
You saw what I became, so... No, wait, you didn't. But the others did, so they know what we're capable of if trouble starts.
I don't think that's in my notes. Is that in your notes? No. We don't have any notes about what you turned into. Anyway, whenever you're ready, meet us outside, and we will introduce you to the individuals you already met, and also the Grandmaster.
Celeste is gonna go into her bag and pull out like her water skin and just like down it before just going. Right. I'll bring up the rear.
Okay.
While everyone
Roll
else
me.
is talking, Ingwe's gonna like steal some innocuous shit, like 'cause he's excited about. Yeah. Like the knob off the drawer, and the like the thing that's the string that's used to tie the beds together, and some random things because he's just excited about this like spell that stops things from. Everything's magical.
Sure.
He's excited about that, and then he'll take the lead. I think with Drakik, who's taking the lead, and be like, "Okay, you saved us, and you're Celeste's friend, so let's go."
Well, they wait for you, and then when you come out, they lead you on your way, and you start walking across this grassy field almost. There's buildings here and there, but it's not in any way like sparse in like houses. There's not houses everywhere. There's one section where there's a lot of houses and a lot of chimneys with a lot of smoke and such, but there's not really. It's not crowded in any way. It's a fairly big compound. It's probably the size of some cities, if not. Um, he leads you across this courtyard, and you go between this building that looks like churches, kind of put together, and then the training ground. As you pass by the training area, there's a few individuals that are now spread out, and they're standing in a circle. And one of them, he has his hand on what looks like an orb, which is attached to the ground. And he says, "Okay, is everyone ready?" And everyone gives him a sign that they're ready. And he activates the button, and a beholder appears in front of them, and they start fighting it. And to begin with, it looks real. But then you realize that every time they hit it, it's kind of giving off this bluish hue, like it's not real. It's like a training thing. And it looks like this guy who has his hand on the orb is kind of controlling it. And then after a few rounds, he stops it, and then he tells them what they did wrong and what they should do instead. And he's kind of training them to fight this thing. And they just paying attention and listening to what he's saying, and then goes back, and then he continues where he left off. They don't take notice of this because obviously they've seen it a million times, but they do lead you past it, and then they lead you to this massive compound. And this house itself is very, very basically built. It's very Saharan style, like sandstone, and very, very basic built, but it's beautiful and it's big. It leads you in this staircase, and you go up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets of stairs, and you reach a hallway. And at one of these hallways, there's a big door. It's a double door, and they go to the door, and they knock on it. On the door, it says Grandmaster Devon Denoso. And they just wait for a response. And after a few seconds, you hear, "Yes, please enter." And the door is opened. In the room, you see the 4 individuals who helped you prior, a decapitated head of a dragon, and another individual you have not seen before. This individual is sitting behind a desk, and the other 4 are sitting on chairs onto the left side. This guy is an elf. He looks like maybe 300 years old. He's very well dressed. He's not wearing any armor. There's no weapons on him or any of his associates in the room. He presents you with 4 chairs and says, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Webster and Matthias. You can head off now." And they go out and close the door.
I will gingerly take a seat, the closest seat to the door.
So they're all on the line, but in one of the 2 sides. That's fine.
On the edge on the right.
Yep. Well,
Sean full of suit.
Please take a seat. I am sorry for the rushed introduction of my compatriots here, but it was a time-sensitive matter.
Thank you so much. It was definitely much appreciated.
Yes, we knew that as soon as Valentina passed away that we would probably need to step in at some point. So that's why we're here.
Why?
Well, that is a very complicated and long story. I will try to make it as short as possible. Lucky for us, Valentina was carrying an item that we had designed one of our former associates had a insight into certain magical items that can track life signs and sometimes even moods, and that came in very handy in this specific case because we knew as soon as Valentina passed away that we needed to get a hold of you. And why we need to get a hold of you? We have an association here with a certain mindset. We are trying to prevent disasters. We're trying to prevent the end of the world. We're trying to fight evil, but from the shadows, if possible. Our organizations have been running for a good part of generations now. Currently, we are in one of the most hidden locations in the known world. You're currently in the Pillar of Karadi, which is a floating city invisible to the naked eye, floating above Kingshelm.
The fuck?
You are one of the few individuals who have been invited here, who know of the location and of this compound's existence. We, as an order, usually refer to us as the Knights of Assembly or the Knights of Lightbringer. We've been trying to stop things from happening for a long time. One of these things happened to be your prophecy, so to speak. We've been following Rokan for quite a while. This is the first time we have actively intervened because we did not want to give ourselves up as a known enemy. So we made sure to kill everyone in the compound before we left. Just to be sure. Because you only get the attack of surprise once.
Wait, hang on. So Rokan was not on Valentina's team?
No, Valentina was on our team.
Did you guys kill that dragon?
Yes. Let me introduce my associates. These 4 individuals have been crucial to my investigation of both you and Rokan. This here is Ming. She is very far from home, but she is a bit of a famous individual. I'm not sure if you heard of it. She's part of the Party of 5, which is a very famous adventuring group, or at least used to be. You can see that she smirks a little bit. We have Balan Sarabok, who is High Paladin of Larik. We have Jasta Orenskav, our half-elf friend here. I don't know how to really properly introduce him without saying it's complicated. And Julius Greenwater, our wonderful wizard and High Grand Master. I'm sure that you understand the gravity of what we're doing here, considering the titles I've just thrown around. However,
No, not really. But okay.
Right, I'm sure that you wouldn't understand that from your perspective, but that is acceptable. They are the best at what they do in their field because they also believe that someone sometimes needs to take a active approach other than just being in the shadows, as we have done so far. We have stopped many things from happening that was meant to be very disastrous for the rest of the world. We haven't been active for thousands of years, of course, but we have stopped certain things. We would like you to join us.
To do what?
We're under the impression that you are trying to prevent this legacy of darkness, and we are on the same page. we would very much love to stop that too.
Well, we kind of all got these tattoos without making an active choice. So, I don't know if your impression is correct. I mean, seems pretty sensible and logical to stop the legacy of darkness.
Well,
I
let
was
me.
sitting at a bar.
No one's ever asked us before. They've always
See.
just like been like, "You've got the tattoos. You're gotta chase the eye in the sky." I just really appreciate being. Just want to hold. I'm not disagreeing with you because I disagree with you. I just want to savor the moment of being asked if I want to join, because no one ever asked me
Right.
before. I mean, I've only been here for a couple of months. Seems like people just tell you what to do, and you go and do it.
He gets up and he walks over to you, Ingrid. And he kneels down on one knee in front of you. Ingrid Pandera, would you like to join us? Would you like to stop evil from consuming this world?
I have to think about it for a day.
Very well. For the rest of you, he goes back to his desk and he takes out a ledger and opens it. Sean Ordenfall, an individual of a very common background. You lost your wife, but raised an amazing son. You uncovered the murder of your own dad by accident, but you did. Celeste Highcrest, I don't have a lot of information about you, but it seems that you definitely are from the other side of the veil, so to speak. Drekik Yorkson, an interesting name for our organization. However, you have seemed to be doing great things since Marked. And Ingwe Pandera, as naive as you sometimes may seem, you have a very special insight into the world. All four of you have done great deeds, if you want to or not. You have been doing good. You have been doing the right thing. Sean even beat up a man for saying the wrong thing.
Is that the right thing to do, though?
Well, I mean, I told Langdon that it wasn't going to be a problem, so just erase it.
Oh, is Langdon part of your crew?
Yes.
I like him, but none of the other people do. Celeste. John doesn't like him.
I feel as though a lot of what you've said is all rather circumstantial. Everything has come down to not whether or not we're fighting this prophecy, but whether or not we want to live or die. It just seems as though, as Ingwe mentioned, we haven't had a choice, and we haven't had a chance to stop and catch our breath since we first stumbled across the orb, and it's just been so tumultuous, and I've never had to fight for my life so badly as I have in these past few months.
No. I understand.
So while we appreciate your offer, obviously, and we cannot thank you enough for taking us out of that situation and providing us aid in a time when we most certainly would have died, I think perhaps you can understand our need to just take a moment to find some reprieve and talk amongst ourselves as to what these next steps will be, because I feel as though we are being pulled in so many different directions all at once that sometimes it's hard to keep track of where we're going.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. To be honest, I didn't bring you here with the intention of recruiting you. I brought you here because I didn't want you to die.
We are very thankful for
Thank
that, and
you.
we are, of course, honoured to be given an invitation so graciously, but we just need some time to perhaps discuss about what our intentions are and where we need to go and what we need to do, and just take a moment to actually detangle.
I
That makes
suppose.
sense. I understand that.
I suppose too, from a contractual point of view, you want us to join your group, but we're already contractually obliged to one extraplanar being, and we also are contractually obliged to a deity or a group of deities. So how are you are you like a different group of gods, or are you like what if we join you? I mean, I like joining things. I join things all the time, but I just it seems like you are important, and I don't want to say yes if I don't mean it, and or if it's going to uh, de- contradict some of the other agreements I already made with, Oh, have you heard about? have you have you heard about these gods?
The golden
As
patrons.
you as
The
you
golden
pull it
patrons?
out, he slowly kind of pulls his hand out, and he kind of doesn't touch it, but he looks at your necklace. Interesting.
What's interesting about the golden patrons? I mean, they they they're kind of good gods, I think. But
Do I notice him make that connection to the necklace? Like, look at that and say interesting?
Yes, it's not hidden except if you're Ingwe.
Okay.
But it's not the necklace with Vartex. It's the other one.
Oh, okay.
my family
necklace.
necklace. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask
Understood.
a quick question?
Yep.
Have I ever heard, I just want to know if I've ever heard of the Knights of Assembly and if I know any history on them, just as this conversation's happening.
Make a general history check with disadvantage.
Oh no.
Secret society is secret.
I'm okay with history.
Double net
Oh,
20s.
No, a 15 and a 10, so that's a 16 total.
You haven't heard them by name, but you have heard of groups doing what he just described. They haven't got a logo, they haven't got a name, but someone who's operating in the shadows trying to balance things. You have heard of that before.
The Illuminati.
And to your knowledge, they spread across different religions, different realms, even. Both on your side and on this side of the veil. Seems to be a very scattered group to the naked eye, but they have strength in no one knowing. And Drekik, you can make a history check too. Yours is a straight one.
Oh, hang on. Plus or minus something. 18.
The name Lightbringer does ring a bell. You know, there was a king once that was forced to move away from his area. And his last name was Lightbringer. His wife's name was Katerina Lightbringer. Remember that they had a son. Remember Vicandris was named after this son.
I'm just gonna make these dots, but then just sort of look curiously at the guy and not say anything for now.
So, the other powerful organizations that tried to recruit us, we're V.K Inkorporated, by the way, they gave us like a contract to sign. And do you have one of those so we can read it? Do you want us to write a contract? We're very good at writing contracts.
We don't really operate in that way. It's more like a mindset kind of thing. But
So
you don't have to make any decisions. You don't have to say yes or no. You can just think about it.
are you opposed to killing people?
No, we have to sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately,
literally
we do.
just saw them like.
We just
slaughter.
killed like 100 people.
They just said they killed everyone in that.
Including the dragon. Like, killed everyone.
Why'd you kill the dragon? We were saving him.
We were to
We
worship
killed
that
him.
dragon.
We promised we'd
Save that.
rescue him.
It's safe now. Well, you can stay here if you want for a little bit to recover. And we can put you wherever you want to be.
I'm appreciative of all that you've done so far, but I must ask, how did you know about my father? That I had unearthed him, so to speak.
As soon as we understood who you four were, we've been keeping an eye on you from afar.
And how long has that been exactly? It's your
Since Valentina
longest
was
record
involved.
of us. Huh. So you all decided to swoop in now, get us out of there, but not when two of us actually died?
Well, things take time. If you had remained dead longer, we probably would have.
If we're dead for longer, all right.
It's more logistic situation of us getting there in time, of course.
Well, this just happened to coincide with the fact that you're supposedly drifting above this city. That's Siri, apparently. I said city, not Siri.
Siri's just like, and
That's a little bit.
Hey, you should.
Yes, we did not intervene in any of those situations because of one specific reason. We are a secret organization for a reason. We were not sure about you. We were not sure about you until after Valentina gave her life to help you. And from then on, we've been trying to figure out if you were on the right side of things.
What do you know of Rokan then?
We know that he is a very devious man who makes plans and has backup plans to his backup plans. He has the most wealth that you could ever dream of. And he has armies, magic, undescribably at his disposal. And he has somehow tracked you down.
To be honest, they're not that hard to find. Ingray announces our presence whenever we arrive in a city, so I suppose it's rather obvious. So all I'm saying is I can't give him credit to finding us because, well, we're not that hard to find.
Well, how about we do something about that? And he opens a drawer, and he puts 4 rings in front of you. If you put these rings on, no one can scry on you, no one can watch you. But that includes us.
Does it include the elders? Yeah, it probably does.
Pulls out a little book and starts going through it. Yes, the elders of your home area would probably also not be able to scry on you, and your necklace may not work.
What do you think about all this? Jean will turn to Celeste in saying so, but we'll actually be asking internally
Yes.
to Lily. The rings and everything. You think we should, I don't know.
Sounds like a good
I
idea.
don't know. It just seems rather.
Mr. John, I think you should definitely wear it because there's no disadvantage for you. No one. Oh, maybe your sister. Nah. You should definitely wear it. I think I might not.
All right. John goes
Well,
over, perhaps.
I think it needs to be an all or nothing situation. And I think it needs to be a group decision because if you don't wear it, Ingwe, and you're scried upon, we are always in your vicinity. And with those sort of spells, if they know where you are, they most likely will know where we are. So I don't feel as though it would be beneficial for 3 of us to wear them and one not.
Well, on that note, opens up a drawer. If you're not going to join us, at least I can help you stay alive a little longer. He gives you a set of boots, Sean. This one will make you a little bit more sturdy. He also... Let me just find the right list.
Are they
here.
fly? Are they fly boots? They got little heels on them and
No.
got buckles.
He
You
has
just said
a-
art that on my boots. You can't give me boots.
Pure alligator.
He gives you a leather armor, Celeste. He gives Drekik a amulet. And he gives Ingwe a belt. And they seem to be made of obsidian, not iron. And he says, I believe this one was your mother's, Ingwe. This one will help you regenerate a little bit of your health when in combat. You, Mr. Drekik, have received a amulet of spell storing. Miss Celeste, this is a magical armor of +1. And Mr. Sean, Ordenfall, some boots of Constitution +1.
All right.
You can keep them as a present. Because once you leave from here with those rings on, we won't be able to keep an eye on you anymore.
Understood.
Amulet of what?
Spell storing.
Bill.
John slips on the ring, sits down again, and there in front of anyone, in case some shit is not right with these items, is putting on the boots. He's taking off his, putting these boots on, make sure that they aren't suddenly gonna fucking bite his legs off or start making him jump uncontrollably or something.
Nope. They seem to be doing exactly what they said. You're welcome to stay here and rest up. And wherever you want to go, let me know. I will get Julius here to send you there.
Thank you. You're most generous. And please don't think that we're not willing to join you either. We just need some time to figure out what we're doing.
I understand. I was asked 3 times, probably 4.
We have a lot on our plate right now.
So do we.
Before I go, name Lightbringer.
Yes.
Is that chosen specifically from
Oh, it's-
someone from?
It's named after our founder.
Candris Lightbringer?
Yes, he was one of the first to come up with the idea. But that's many generations ago. It's a long time ago.
His eyes are just going to go wide and he's just going to go silent and just start awkwardly looking around.
Well,
That some sort of importance. A little stunned.
say
City did you meet
historical
me in?
name. True.
John,
Alright.
what was the city's name that you met me in?
Big wolf heads. Give me a minute. It'll come to me.
Vikandra's Lightbringer.
McCann. Oh, right. That matches the first. Okay.
Yeah. That city was named after him.
Sure, there's a lot of importance here I'm not picking up on, but I mean to name a city after you, that's got to be something. So
Not just
I
any
mean-
city, the capital.
Vikander the Lightbringer used to be king to be, but he decided not to be. That's the short story. He decided to do what we do instead. And we're grateful for it. But we obviously had to change the names, leave the names out, so no one really knows. So he will always go down in history as the man who just walked away from his legacy and disappeared. But we know the truth. His name and his little plaque is in the Tower of Remembrance, just like everyone else who joined us is no longer here.
Wait. So, if we join you, we can't tell people our stories.
Just not that you're part of this group. You can tell your stories all you want, as long as you leave that out of it. We have a very vast library of extensive knowledge on a lot of things that mere mortals don't usually know. So one of the reasons that we're training like we are, fight various different things and people.
Can we go and can we go to the library?
Make a persuasion check.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Persuasion. 19.
Sure. Why not? If it helps you.
Thank you. It's all very overwhelming.
Well, we don't ask anything of you. Just rest up.
Sorry, just one other question. How long have we been here?
I think it's been probably 24 hours. No, you were asleep when you got here, so it's been a day and a half.
And when we arrived and we lost consciousness, was that you or is it, I don't know, the altitude?
Jumping to this place needs some adjusting, even for the more sturdy of individuals who are used to traveling by teleportation. This is one of the side effects of being so high up in the air.
How high up are we exactly?
Julius, how high up are we? Let me check. He takes out a little book. Well, it's getting close to winter, so... yeah. About 10 kilometers above the city.
And are we free to kind of until we want to go? Can we just wander around?
Yeah, you're free to go around as you please. Just be respectful. If there's anyone who says, please don't go in here, or it seems like they don't want you, just don't. People live here.
And the accommodations where we woke up, is that where we were staying?
No, we have accommodation available for you as well in the area with the rest of the accommodation. That was merely a... we thought it would be better for you to wake up in an open space surrounded by a place that gives you hope and health instead of some random house surrounded by other random houses.
And in all the places that we've found ourselves, waking up in over the past few months has definitely been one of the most pleasant experiences.
Great. Well, if you stay here permanently, we can probably work out a permanent home if you want to. But anyway, I've taken enough time. I'm sure that you need to have a conversation about all this. I just want to say thank you so far for staying alive and for not just giving in to Rokan and his goons.
Yes, well, is there anything you need to know about us? I'm sure we've already gathered we are quite tenacious.
I've noticed.
At least one thing we've got going for us. Even if we didn't have a choice in all this, I think we've all pulled together just fine.
I believe so. Please excuse me. I need to have another conversation with my individuals here. We have a matter arising in Kronos at the moment that we are a little wary about. So, for now, rest up.
Wait, what's happening in Kronos?
Yep.
We're concerned about the increased activity within the auto robots, auto mechanical guards. There seems to be some sort of curfew in motion, and some prominent individuals have been arrested on the order of Delatunis.
Right.
We're not sure what it is yet, but we will definitely go and have a look.
You really want to earn my trust. Keep an eye on 28 Carburetor. Is that it? That's the one?
23 Carburetor Street, Mr. Ordenfall. 23 Carburetor Street.
I feel like they know more about us than we do.
Sounds like they have a... Yep.
That's my star sign.
Got some important people heading there, and I'd rather you look after them than me.
Right. Take care of that, Julius. Right.
Thank you. Sorry, just is there some sort of inn or restaurant or somewhere where we can retire to for the next couple of hours?
Yeah, if you go to where you see most of the smoke coming from, that's where we produce certain items like steel or such. There is a little inn there.
Right.
It's called the Hopeless Hope.
Oh, charming. Right, well, thank you again for your hospitality. And I think we'll return probably the next day or so and, have a decision by then.
Well, if you need to go anywhere else, let me know. I'll get Julius to sort it out for
you. Jean's going to get up and he's going to grab the remainder of the rings if anyone hasn't grabbed theirs and pocket them before walking out.
Celestia's got hers in her hand. She's not putting it on, but she's got it.
Anyway,
Just put his on.
yeah, Away also has his and hasn't put it on.
Jean goes to the table to grab the remaining rings and realizes they're gone before stepping away from the carriage.
He just taps the table.
Yeah,
Yep.
just
That's fair. You can see a few of the other individuals are wearing similar rings as well.
yeah.
Well, thank you. Please excuse us as we have another conversation about another problem.
Right. Thank you.
And you see the two individuals before, Elugard and Matthias, opens the door from the outside and leads you back out. And as you leave, Drekik and... Oop, I think my camera just died. Whatever. Drekik and Engwing, you both hear one sentence. You hear one sentence coming from Devon, and one sentence coming from Julius. Julius says, "We've sighted your daughter again." And it says, What is she up to this time? As they walk off. Just gonna fix my camera.
Where'd you go?
Catch up on notes.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to change the art. Now there's a ring
Yeah.
and a belt.
Ah, and I got 2 amulets now. Gosh, dang it.
Was it? What did she do this time? The person responded with.
What is she?
What is she up to this time?
What is she up to this time?
We've sighted your daughter. What is she up to this time?
Sweet. Okay, awesome. Just taking notes.
The daughter doing in Kronos.
And this was to Julius, was it?
Yes. Julius said this to Devon.
Oh, so it's Devon's
It's
daughter.
Devon's daughter.
It's Devon's daughter.
That's what I thought all along. Devon is Rokan.
Jesus.
Valentina's in Kronos.
Valentina's still alive.
They lead you to the restaurant that you described that you wanted to go to, and they bow and they respectfully walk off.
Well,
Yeah.
it's rather interesting.
Yep.
Your armor seem legit. My boots haven't eaten my feet yet, so.
Why would your boots eat your feet? Have they done that before?
It's just, I thought, what horrible magic could you put on boots?
Can you do that to boots?
Yes.
Magic on anything.
There you go. I just had
Listen.
ideas, but good to know.
Can you check these out before I put them on?
Yes, of course I can. I have quite a few things actually that I need to have a look at. So if anyone needs to toss anything in, I can spend the next couple of hours kind of going through it all.
I'm just gonna give you my amulet.
Put it on the pile.
On the table.
Very well.
Still on my feet.
Just sitting back, just like,
Foot
identify
massage.
this! Ah.
Fair. So, which items are you identifying, Celeste?
There.
Another one.
Find that on the web.
Siri is the BBEG.
She's everywhere, all at once.
Don't read my notes.
So I'm going to identify all the items that we just got,
Yep.
which I'm assuming are what you told us they were.
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana for each of them. So make 4 Arcana
Just make a
checks.
general Arcana check, yeah.
Arcana's alright. Oh, my roll wasn't good. 10.
Seems like it's exactly what it was supposed to be.
Did my belt belong to my mother?
That you wouldn't be able to identify your way out of.
I just know about magic.
Who is my mother?
Me.
It's Sarah Connor.
I'm also going to identify the items that I found with Carstine's body. So the stuff
Right.
that he had.
So, let me just find that one there. So, on Carstine's stuff, there was a dagger, which is a dagger +2. It's called the Razorhead. There's a ring of protection, +1. As a component powers an arcane focus, but that's just like general items. And then there's a key. The key is not magical. This looks like an ordinary house key.
Component part. What does the arcane focus look like?
It's a little bit like a crystal sphere, kind of like a small one.
Interesting, interesting. And the items in the component pouches are just like normal,
Just
you know, like
ordinary component
soot
stuff,
and
like
bat
common
poo and...
items. Yeah, it's all that kind of normal but stuff.
Nice. Well, does anyone sorry, I found these things on Carstein. I don't know if any of them are of any interest to anyone. Sorry, Jean.
I think
you,
Sean's mute.
I just started mumbling to myself for a moment. You
He being possessed again.
the things you found on him, you found them in that same chamber, in that room?
Yes, as with the rest of our things.
All right. Just be wary with those. We don't know if they all belong to them.
Belong to who?
That Carstein. Right? They
Yes.
were in the room, so... Or did you find them on...
No, they were on the table with our things. But I
Okay.
because I was thinking, you know, if we had these things, then perhaps they could, you know, find us in some way. But I feel as though if I put things such as the key and the dagger in my bag, you actually can't scry on things within this type of bag. Can't be located, so I'm not so worried about that.
All right. You sound like you know what you're doing with this. Cool. I just wanted to make sure.
And you know, these components and things like that, they're so common that if you try to locate it, it will give you, you know, a million pings within, you know, 100 meters. So
Fair enough. Was anything of use?
well, this dagger seems quite interesting. This ring as well definitely would be useful, but I think Ingray already has a ring like this, although I may be mistaken.
Yeah, I got one. I'm just focusing on it so that it helps me because I took it off before. Give it to put in the bag.
You're rocking 3 bits of jewelry behind it today.
Nah, they don't work together. Like you can't do two. You can't just like wear 2 rings and be like, "Woo! I got 2 times the amount of protection." That's not how magic works. You just one protection. You could wear 2 of them and then like.
Yeah, it's not like layers of clothing.
No, it's an enchantment, and the same enchantment can typically only affect you once, you know, regardless how many times it's cast on you. So.
But this ring and this belt, they're different enchantments. So
they work in tandem, almost together.
They do different things. So the ring doesn't. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know what exactly they do. I mean.
Well, this ring it makes you harder to hit. So if someone's, you know, running at you with a sword, it tends to bolster your ability to move out of the way.
Or if, like, you know that spell that the wizard did, with like the room filled with fire, and everyone was like, "Ah!" jumped out of the way. Like you'd be able to jump out of the way better.
All right. I mean, I feel like I'm the one who can take the most hits, so I don't mind someone else. If someone else wants to use that makes sense for y'all to grab it.
I feel as though you are quite often front and center, and if you're going to be taking the majority of the hits and drawing most of the attention, as we saw today, you know, you do seem to get dogpiled. So perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea for you to wear something that would make it just a little bit harder to actually get past that thick skin of yours.
I guess, but I mean, yeah, I take. I think I can take a hit a bit better though. I've seen no offense, but I've seen some of y'all go down after like 2-3 hits. It
Oh,
like
me.
Yeah, so
if you can
I've got
take
one.
less hits, yeah.
That the point, Mister. I think what we're trying to work out with teamwork, right, is if you take the ring, and if there's like a thing that's gonna hurt us, I'll be like, hey, Mister John, do the hurtful thing, and you be like, yes, and then you can dodge it faster than me, or take it, and I don't feel bad because we're protecting you with magic.
And it'll also, hopefully, the less, Drekik and I have to heal you as well. It also lets us use those resources for other things, because myself, I do try not to get into the thick of things, unlike you. So I tend to be a little bit harder to hit in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, y'all know what you're doing with this magic stuff better than me. So if you think it's gonna benefit the group most on my hand, I'll take it. But it's up to y'all.
Sounds good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah.
All right.
Not to say you're not important, Drekik. We just think that
I'm pretty important.
yeah, you are very important. Your job is not to get his head as much as Mr. John. He will turn him. He can be the front man in the fight.
I think my job's sort of the medium line between Celeste and John. Or like,
You're the backup.
yeah, I'm there to help out Jean if he gets into strife, but I'm there to support.
And I appreciate it. By the way, I don't say this enough. I do really appreciate y'all hitting me with that healing magic. I mean, helping us all with that healing magic. It is something special. I could have used that stuff after a day on the farm back in the day, but no, I really do appreciate it. Thank you all.
Well, we appreciate you holding back tirades of monsters that are coming to try and bite our faces off, so I suppose it comes down to teamwork.
Well, synergy, right? That's what they say.
That's it. One hand washes the other. And, the more we can keep you alive, and the more you can fight off the onslaught, so it's all comes out gravy in the end, so they say.
Give Sean another curse. Give him another curse.
I feel like a walk-in magic shop at this point. I got the boots, my axes, the armor, this ring now.
Oh, you should have seen what the other thing I was going to get to. But if we are above Kingshelm, maybe I will be able to grab it before we leave. Although it is
Maybe
quite
send
a
one
ways
of these
down.
guys down. They're not looking for them, right? They're not targets.
No, I was going to ask them, but I feel very rude asking them to fetch parcels for me. It does seem rather inhospitable of me.
I mean, I guess.
Thank you for saving my life and teleporting me out, and also go and fetch my mail. It just seems very,
For now, you sit and have a conversation at the restaurant. You notice a lot of the people walking by. Some of them seems to be younger individuals studying magic. Some are more physical, training in the arena. Some seems to be religious paladins and priests from, looks like various different religions. They all seem to be going to this church building. And there's a few people every now and then that goes to the Clockwork Tower, which was named as the Tower of Remembrance. But it's peaceful here. It's quiet. And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
I was waiting for it until the ground starts to shake. I was waiting for like a...
Doesn't work if you do it every
And then
time.
you go to sleep, and John gets another vision of his ring of regeneration.
And Jean's
I
cursed
know.
once more.
I
the
can offer you a
curses fight each
deal
other.
to remove the deal in which you made. I'm confusing myself with this deal, but trust me, shake my hand.
It's a good
Well, I mean,
deal.
I feel like Sean might have figured out that his deal is even worse now.
Well, his deal currently
mean-
can kill him, so
You say that, but also,
Is the risk worth the reward?
I was gonna say the reward that he's been implied. He's like, "Yep, cool, whatever." He straight up tried to break the promise with Vartex. He was like, "All right, enough. I'm lying."
Joke's on you. You can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Though that was good revelation though, because now we know that all those times we accidentally lied.
We didn't
Yeah.
say that shit.
Our words were tweaked unknowingly.
Well, I don't think anyone has actually lied, because every time
Just
you've
like
been
the
talking
little
about it, you're
things.
trying to work really hard not to say something that was a lie.
Well, they're like the little things where they're like, Celeste, are you in a in a cell? And she's like, no, I'm in a 5-star resort. Like things like
But that's
that.
a joke, though.
Okay, good jokes. Okay,
So that's
good.
not a lie. A lie is if you deliberately try to alter the truth
sarcasm isn't lying.
to avoid detection of a
I'm
lie.
glad we've figured that out now. Because like this whole time, I'm like, Bartex is like laughing his fucking ass off that we've broken the deal.
Yeah.
But anyway,
These guys
thanks
got
for
no
thanks
idea.
for
Oh.
taking the money.
So you're like, oh, because we lied, Vartex is no longer bound to his side of the deal. Oh shit.
That was what I thought, but John couldn't physically lie. Like he went to say no, and he couldn't.
Yeah.
So I was worried that.
Yeah. One shot. That's a one shot. That's one shot in itself. Shame you made this deal, but you broke it, so
But
you're
you broke it there, idiot.
Well, there was a lot of talking on my behalf this time. Sorry about that.
Oh,
That's
that's
okay.
good.
No, never been.
Not unless you didn't get killed.
Sometimes an episode requires that.
Right, I'm gonna roll for raid.
Roll for raid.
Roll.
Roll for
I
raid.
rolled an 18. I'm gonna.
I
be-
rolled a
7.
16.
Fairsin.
Who are we raiding?
Speaking of raids as well, while I'm looking up and loading here, thank you, Critimus, for the raid earlier. Apologies, we went.
Yeah.
God, yeah. It was a bit of a serious moment, so
Oh,
was a little
yes.
involved. But
Oh,
yeah, really appreciate your raid.
Yeah, we love you guys. Thank you so much for sharing your community with us and coming in, having fun. It was awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, Narakto, did you share with us your present that you said you were going to share with us on stream?
He's sitting on it.
Oh, it's a new
Hello.
chair.
That's
I
black.
can't see it
Hey.
very well because my
Hold on.
the camera quality is not too good.
Wait, are there lights in that chair?
Yes.
There is.
Like, get
So
out,
cool.
get out. I'm not coming to next stream. Yeah, you're
That's
down a player from
dope.
now on. That's too cool.
It changed colours and everything.
Oh, that's cool.
Ladies in the chair.
That is so damn cool.
It comes
You
with
really
a
are a
little remote
Twitch streamer
so I
when you got a light up chair.
can change colours to whatever if I want them to be red.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Blue.
Very
Or
cool.
just change.
Very well. Who are we going to be rating?
Who's the winner? Who's choosing?
Who had
Wait,
8? Who was 18? Was
I
Jacob?
think I won 18.
All right, we got.
Grade this crit and miss guy.
I was actually looking to see in case they jump back in for something because I've seen that happen before. So we have a couple classics. We've got Corsair's Cove doing their Humblewood, Eldritch Scribe doing their Kingslayers. Nope, that's a rerun. That's a rerun. This is a little different. There's a group called Dead Ghost Productions that is doing something called the Kill Every Monster Marathon. So I don't know if they're
That
going up
sounds
against
exciting.
every monster in the Monster Manual or something. That sounds kind of cool. And then there is another group called Polymorph D&D that is doing a home game as well.
So do they pull them off into D&D, or do they D&D that they pull them off into things? Is this a furry situation, or is this more like a
Wait, what?
owl bear situation?
I'm very confused. I must have missed the beginning of that. What?
I don't know what he's saying either.
Kill every monster. Kill every monster.
Kill every monster marathon? All right.
Tom's trying to distract from the like obvious. Ooh, that was all over.
Oh no.
Like,
No,
it was
I'm
like-
not trying to distract from anything. That's not what I do as a game master.
more depth to the story than the obvious answer.
I'll just
The
take all
obvious
these.
answer, which is kill every monster.
I'll just put all these hints in the bin.
Okay, they are good to go. Raid is loading. Is it loading? This channel has follow and subscriber only chat. So if you want to jump in the chat and monsters and raid him, all that jazz, just give them a quick follow. I'm sure they're dope. I'm sure they're dope. We'll find out, but I'm sure they're
We'll
dope.
find
Sure
out.
They're fine. Sure, they're fine.
Who's got their sound on so I can hear? I'm quiet.
But your own sound on. What do you think this is? A
Then
freeload?
it goes. Wee, 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 wee.
I can sort that out. Alrighty. We're good to go. Thanks everyone for tuning on in. Raiding out.
Let's go. See ya.
Oh.
Bye.
Bye.
Suddenly we're playing Fortnite.
It's an
So
ad.
we have to.
Wonderful. Wait, what is it?
Oh, that's me.
Just a screen. Oh, it's a werewolf. Okay. Oh. It's just them talking about all the monsters in the manual and how to kill them.
Ah. Yeah, that is very different to what it sounded like.
Yes.
Well.
That's the best way to kill every